morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the second day of the CDIO 2021 meeting. My name is Dana Hamad, and I am honored to be your MC for the second day of the CDIO Asian Regional Meeting 2021. We're going to start off the day with our first keynote speech very soon. I remind you that during the speech, your microphones and cameras will remain disabled, but you may at any time use the hand raise feature in Microsoft Teams to express your intention to ask a question. After the completion of the speech, a 10-minute period will be dedicated for questions. Attendees who raise their hands will be given the permission to ask their questions verbally, one after another, within the allocated Q&A session time. Now, please help me welcoming our keynote speaker, Mr. Aldert Kamp, co-director of the CDIO initiative, Delft University of Technology, Netherlands, who will present his speech entitled Teaching and Learning Beyond What We Have Always Done.
Good morning, CDIO Asian and Middle East region. Of course, you know that the CDIO is a structured framework that focuses on the engineering rigor to prepare students to design solutions for real-life problems, where they learn that self-leadership is as important as collaboration, where you and I know that teaching all kinds of competencies is most effective when they are interwoven with the disciplinary content. And although society and the engineering profession have been changing at an accelerating rate in the past 20 years, the principles of the CDIO framework still stand squarely and fiercely. But that doesn't mean that teaching and learning in the CDIO curriculum has not changed. Many things have changed, of course. We are losing laptops, we are using PowerPoints, Canvas, remote learning, digital assessments. But these are all means that is more or less focused on fixing the teacher. And of course, you have also updated content matter in your courses about new materials, new systems, new engineering tools, new computational methods. But my question to you is, are you changing enough what you're teaching? More than 40 years after my graduation, many of us are still teaching how you design systems, machines, products, services for the second industrial revolution, like designing a Boeing 747 or a space shuttle. And of course I understand that the fundamentals of engineering haven't changed. But as a CDIOer, I am surprised that even today, much of what we teach in engineering education emphasizes technology so strongly, while engineering is actually a very social activity. How can it be that personal development of students is just a secondary thing in most of our education? That is because at universities, particularly research universities, the development of knowledge is way more important than the development of people. For academics, life is about excellence in disciplinary research, not about achieving personal growth of students. And I will show you my vision, where we are heading, and give you a couple of examples of teaching and learning where we try to make a shift to the future. This is my agenda for today. The changing society, the misalignment of education with the changing society, the shift to more human value, the hesitation of universities, some sparkling examples of change that we are making, and finally a couple of takeaways. Now, for many decades, we have been teaching how we have always done, under the guise of it's so much easier to educate students for our past than for their future. Are we afraid of the accreditation regime, maybe? Are we afraid of losing what we have achieved so far, what we have built up? In other words, are we stuck in a rut while we are living in an age of accelerating change? The accelerating change in our society is really overwhelming, and this is not the right place to give you an exhaustive overview. But think about the hyper-connectedness. Many of us have infinite speed access to infinite amounts of data. We see all kinds of boundaries blurring between countries, between departments, between sciences and industries. We see the emergence of artificial intelligence, quantum computing, bioengineering. We see the digital transformation, the energy transition, the green shift, humanizing technology, safety and cybersecurity. Well, you know them all. And cyberspace of data and information is fusing with the physical space of the real world. And engineering sciences is fusing more and more with social sciences. And intelligent machines will soon outperform engineers in non-routine cognitive tasks. It is in this digital world human values and qualities are getting more and more important every day. And graduates need more holistic and systems thinking, an interdisciplinary mindset with broader intellectual range and a higher resilience and agility than we have used in the past. And is that already what you are considering in your education? This kaleidoscopic picture of the digital transformation shows the world our graduates will work in. The digital transformation is changing research, engineering, design in an unknown and intensive way. We have entered the world of digital engineering. It's a world of capturing and unlocking information and data to generate accurate virtual models and build data sets to train algorithms. It is a world of crafting designs in a digital environment. It is a world of using immersive technologies to rapidly understand and adapt across the lifecycle, dealing with designs that keep on learning and modifying themselves even after delivery, creating hundreds or even thousands of different designs at the same time and evaluating them almost instantaneously by computations in the cloud, what we call optioneering, where collaboration through digital platforms is the norm. This is digital engineering. To survive and thrive for young engineering graduates, they have to master this digital engineering. And again, is digital engineering in your education to the appropriate level? And this is not all. Business, sustainability, social aspects enter the work of the engineer. Issues like cybersecurity, cyber resilience, data privacy, consumer understanding, transparency, trust. It means that we have to make students aware that customers and users are changing their expectations and their needs as well. And of course, performance, functionality, and cost are still important, but the other aspects are getting important too. And again, is that already contained sufficiently in your education? It brings me to a long list of competencies that are getting more and more important every day. In alphabetical order, because priority may change whether you're working in industrial business, in engineering, or in a scientific environment, in an institute, for instance. And they are merely social and emotional skills that people don't learn for an exam, but for life. And wherever I look around in the course syllabus of your university and maybe of my university, I see a clear mismatch between the emphasis that we put on disciplinary content and the list of personal, social, and emotional competencies on this slide. Can't they be learned when they join the workforce? I often hear. Of course they can, but to thrive, our graduates need a kickstart. It is these competencies that play a key role in tomorrow's changing and digital world. To secure employability, to be happy at work, and to get a good salary. And that's the outcome of a recent survey by McKinsey among 18,000 people in 15 different countries all over the world. And in the triangles, you see the top 3 competencies that are needed most for employment, job satisfaction, and a good income. And they are all merely about human values and qualities, like mental flexibility, building relationships, and self-leadership. A problem is that these attainment levels of these learning outcomes are not so easy to formulate, not so easy to make explicit in disciplinary courses, and not so easy to assess. And many of us find that too complicated and therefore decide not to include them explicitly in our courses, or not to test them. Now, do you know why so many universities hesitate or even hardly respond to all these changes that are going on? Well, for many decades, they have assumed that the future is just a linear extension of the past, of the present. And it is, of course, but for not more than 5 or 10 years or so. More than 5 years ahead is full of uncertainty, and developments go extremely fast in how we work, live, travel, and do business in engineering education, in engineering. So fast that beyond 10 or 15 years, we hardly can imagine how the world will look like. Still, society expects us to equip students not only for their first career, but for their whole life cycle, for their whole life career. And many programs have been following this linear line for a long time, emphasizing the how and the when mindset and teaching how we have always done, with a focus on emphasizing rational problem solving, the rigor of technological knowledge, analysis, optimization, understanding certainty and developing order. But to thrive in this today's uncertain and volatile future, that is not enough. And young graduates shall also have a what and a why mindset and be prepared for the new ways of working. And that means, first of all, of course, mastering digital engineering, what I mentioned before, and about problem definition and about holistic thinking, taking initiative and self-confidence, creativity and imagination, coping with uncertainty, self-confidence, and agility and adaptability. And it is exactly these that are the priors that were identified in the McKinsey review that I just mentioned before. Within CDIO, we are currently refreshing the so-called CDIO Syllabus 3.0. It's a universal set of goals for engineering programs, and as a CDIO member, you definitely know what I'm talking about. And we are updating it with respect to new goals for data engineering, digital systems engineering, ethical and sustainable engineering, human values, and agility and resilience. So please use it when you want to check if your curriculum is future fit for a reconstruction of your curriculum or for the assessment as input for the accreditation. With the accelerating changes in mind, we are entering a paradigm shift in engineering education. The focus of today on scientific discovery slowly shifts to more human value. And the focus on science and technology is broadening to more holistic systems thinking, more entrepreneurial behavior, purpose, self-leadership, and building relationships. In other words, in the digital age, human values and qualities are getting more and more important. They matter more than ever. Their development shall therefore get much more attention in the learning process for the engineers. And if we then agree that human values will matter more than ever, then engineering universities will have to teach more how to do what intelligence machines cannot. We have to teach to think in ways that cannot be imitated simply by intelligent machines. Simply because intelligent machines will soon outperform the engineer of flesh and blood in non-routine technical tasks. I've tried to create order out in this chaos of so many things that I mentioned, by a framework for the body of knowledge, of skills and knowledge in engineering, in science and technology. And it's a kind of mental organizer that you can use for curriculum development or for the evaluation of a program outcomes. First of all, you see the red disc, the rigor of engineering. That's the disc probably you know maybe too well. It's the strength and the emphasis of today's education, the rigor of engineering. Deep working knowledge of the fundamentals of science and technology are and will always be more important than ever. Let there be no doubt about that. But it is not enough. Rigor in engineering also means a good mastery of data literacy. Not data sciences, but data engineering. Understanding the value and the validity of data. Knowing how you can annotate, how you can clean and shape data. Do large-scale modeling in the cloud, work in the cloud. And that's also what an engineer specifically will need in the future. Every engineer. Engineering rigor also means a good self-leadership and a good communication and collaborative skills. Every graduate shall have learned to function in interdisciplinary teams of practical technicians, nerdy computer scientists, or real data scientists and robotics and artificial intelligence experts. That's what I call interdisciplinary work, and that's what I call human literacy as well. So, technological literacy, and data literacy and human literacy together, they form the essentials for the rigor in today's body of knowledge of science and technology in the rigor. And then we end up in the blue disk. The blue disk is about interdisciplinary and system thinking. This is much more than just the knowledge of 2 or 3 disciplines that you need to design a complex system or a process. It's more of a mindset, maybe. It's about tacit knowledge, it's about integrative skills, it's about panoptic perspectives, a willingness to go and read widely with respect to different disciplines, of course. And then thirdly, there is the yellow disk. There is the call for innovation skills and entrepreneurial behavior. And that's about courage, risk-taking, driving change, initiative, but also an attitude of energy and passion and grit. The yellow disk. And then, of course, there is still the need of a set of common core skills. Engineering ethics, about cultural agility, agility and adaptability maybe in general sense, creativity and imagination. And then finally, I should not forget to mention the critical thinking. Critical thinking, together with common sense, are essential for any academic engineer. Indeed, also common sense. Because the super intelligent machines that are going to assist us are probably too stupid to have a common sense at all. So that is up to the engineer. And where in this framework is digital literacy? Well, I'm of the opinion that this cannot be bolted on as separate modules or a separate circle. It has to be integrated all across the curriculum in the red and the blue and the yellow discs. Bolting on digital engineering as modules on top of your curriculum is not enough. Now, how can we align programs with all the above that I'm just mentioning? Should we maybe give more responsibility to the students, make them the change agents for their own personal education? Could let go and grow education be an answer? That's what Generation Z students also want, don't they? They want to customize the study path that suits them the best. They are strong in build-it-yourself careers and are eager to build a distinctive curriculum vitae by broadening particularly their study experience, their own study path. But for staff, that is not an easy thing. Because they are professors in disciplinary excellence. They have developed a habit of transferring knowledge by teaching in linear, rigid curricula. And that is very different from coaching students in learning emotional and social competencies, where the intended learning outcomes probably differ per person, per learner. They cannot be made smart enough, not so smart as, let's say, a technical course, and cannot even be detailed in advance, and let alone that they can be tested to an appropriate level. And it is really difficult to make these things matching with a linear curriculum in a rigid organization with an obsession for foolproof assessment. This shift requires range, agility and adaptability, an attitude of courage and risk-taking for leaders, for students, and for lecturers, for the developing of strategies and new assessment models, integrating the digital transformation, integrating interdisciplinary learning and open-ended assignments, and to accommodate individual study paths and coach students in developing self-leadership, coping with uncertainty and developing relationships and so on. Altogether, a tsunami of kinds of changes is rolling to us in the world of engineering education. But if you look through your own eyelashes, to all the changes that we have in the air, could you see a couple of leading themes? Well, the first one I see is clearly intellectual range. I expect also you see the exponential growth in interaction and complexity in engineering, with smarter, more connected, and more autonomous systems. We cannot escape from broadening the study experience in our students, can we? With the digital transformation, the interdisciplinary learning and unstructured and open-ended assignments, individual study paths in which students learn self-leadership, how to cope with uncertainty and develop relationships and so on. This is important. These are not easy to implement in today's curricula, not in today's academic world. The second one is about agility. Program, curriculum, organization, and students need to be agile and easily adaptable to cope with the rapid changes that come to us. The changes I've mentioned, the uncertainty, the expected impact of artificial intelligence on the profession of the engineer. And then finally, the third theme is maybe the clue to success to survive as a university. Is academic staff willing and capable to change, teach different ways of thinking, embed responsible engineering, interdisciplinary thinking, discuss data privacy issues, digital engineering, and switch to a hybrid way of in-person and remote learning? Are they prepared to deal with individual study paths? And last but not least, coach the students and foster their self-leadership. The urgency to upskilling, to unlearn and relearn for staff is really enormous. And although it's not easy, we can make small steps in the direction of a paradigm shift that I mentioned before. I will show you in total three examples to add range and agility. And remember, range is about the broader intellectual range that students need. And also remember the when and the why mindsets that I mentioned earlier in the presentation. It's about going beyond the disciplinary silos. Agility is about adaptability, about flexibility, about freedom of choice. Range and agility go hand in hand. You need an agile program and organization to accommodate range. And worldwide, I see the rise of micro-credentials, for instance, a demand for self-directed learning, individualized study path, and access to more open internet exams or mobile learning, the growing market of continuous learners, new sequences of renewing skills after graduation. How you cope with agility very much depends on the DNA of your institution, of your local context, of the culture in your institution. And in research universities, it is very difficult to make a start to change. I've tried for more than 6 years to retune a research master where academic excellence and pride have been the norm since ages, where the development of knowledge prevails by far the development of people. I wanted to make the program a little bit more agile, enable the learning of a broader and a more individual skill set. I wanted to introduce a Master Yourself module of about 20% of the total amount of credits of the program for students to broaden their range and build a personal identity. Customize their study path from a 3-star Michelin menu of courses, of expert knowledge of courses and trainings for personal and professional development. Choosing between, for instance, a deep disciplinary expert project or an interdisciplinary challenge-based education project. I will show you later. Choosing between, for instance, an industrial internship or an academic research project, or making a choice between collaborative multidisciplinary or a soloist monodisciplinary research thesis. Depending on personal interest, ambition and interest and aspiration of the students of pursuing a scientific career, a system engineering function in industries, or a career as a front-end innovator. I often made a comparison with a soccer team. An excellent keeper doesn't have to learn how to become a good attacker or a good defender, does it? Well, so why should the student? The program would need coaching of the students to define their individual learning objectives, select from a menu, make a study planning, and make the progress and learning gains, of course, traceable. For instance, in a portfolio of achievement that students could also use later on in job crafting. But I failed. It was all too much. The faculty decided not to move even a little bit more to human value, but to stick to the 40 years of teaching as they had always done, focusing on only the development of knowledge and not the developing of people. Because it is so much easier to educate students for our past than for their future. Management chose for another agenda, with academic excellence as their remaining priority. But a successful example of Let Go and Grow education is the joint interdisciplinary project. Challenge-based education in the second year of the master. Full-time, over a quarter of a study year. It's an elective for any of the 8 engineering and management disciplines that we have on board at our university. At scale for 200 students each year. And growing, with 50 authentic interdisciplinary engineering and research projects from companies, NGOs, and institutes in research. National and international. Projects that are addressing the United Nations sustainability goals. They're about self-powered biosensors, for instance, healthcare technology, about geothermal energy, about wind farms at sea, healthy buildings, smart industries, green airplane manufacturing plants, water storage in the Mekong Delta, and so on and so on. 50 teams of 4 students with unstructured, interdisciplinary and extremely open-ended assignments that can only be unraveled by raising a wide variety of key questions, discussion points, and deep research. And success, of course, depends on social and emotional skills as well, like agility, like developing relationships with people who have a very different culture and a different background, coping with uncertainty, make a work plan development, about self-leadership, about entrepreneurial thinking, about common sense, and a lot of grit. And there is so much to learn. Each challenge has different demands, and each team defines its own process towards its solution. And therefore it is so damn difficult to develop smart intended learning outcomes for personal growth and these interdisciplinary holistic competencies. How can we test what actually the learning gain is? This is so different from testing and memorization of knowledge. It's about embracing things students don't know, about understanding which questions have to be asked, are the better ones to ask, and how to ask them to learn the most. It's therefore a pain in the ass for staff and examiners that the individual learning gains that may be different for each person and for each project. And in these interdisciplinary projects that may be so different from each other that they can neither be defined in advance in all the detail, they cannot be tested in as accurately as testing, let's say, in a written exam for understanding knowledge. And that's what the staff particularly have been used to in the past. And that's exactly where the shoe is pinching. In the kickoff week, we start with pressure cooker training to learn about individual learning goals with interdisciplinary teamwork, self-leadership, work ethic, work plan management, business models, design thinking, developing relationships, agile thinking. And we have quite a fancy circular assessment model, known as a 360 degrees feedback, with a rubric of interdisciplinary teamwork, with research and engineering approach, about ethical accountability, about professional responsibility, and communication. Up to 11 individual entries to be scored. And on top of that, we have set up an assessment of a weekly team log and an assessment of a personal reflection log at the end of the project at completion. All with the aim that we try to measure the cognitive, the social and emotional growth the best as we can. But still, in spite of its rigor, it makes the scientific experts, thinkers, the boards of examiners and the education leaders sometimes a bit nervous and skeptic. Staff of academic excellence doesn't feel comfortable to intervene in the interdisciplinary learning process. And some leaders, they feel that accommodating the project in their program goes beyond the engineering rigor and see it therefore as a sort of a risk for their reputation and the accreditation of the program for academic excellence. So there's still work to be done. The third example is about an ongoing development of an interdisciplinary master within the world of quantum information systems. It's in the middle of the ideation phase, and I have no idea yet where we will end up. But the purpose is to educate deep generalists who can push the boundaries for creativity and innovation in the domain of quantum information systems, who can combine diverse domains and integrate them into something feasible and something defensible and unique. They are good at synthesis, or at least they have to be educated to become good in synthesis, not only analysis. They have to be able to make knowledge connections that deep specialists cannot make. We have to find the proper balance between the breadth and the depth of expert technology and interdisciplinary engineering, of purposeful innovation, entrepreneurial behavior, and the human value. It's a two-year full-time curriculum covering a matrix of 3 application fields of quantum technology and 3 disciplines of hardware, software, and electronics. And the most important thing in this master is to open the minds of the interdisciplinary work, make them curious to acquire broad fundamental knowledge of quantum technology and information systems and systems engineering. And the program will start with a collaborative project for students and staff with different backgrounds in shift to get some kind of harmonization and getting the people to open their eyes, to open their minds. It's a kind of sampling period to discover areas that pique their interest of students and staff and motivate them. And secondly, we then have fundamental courses to harmonize the students content-wise in sort of patch-up courses, as we call them. Each student decides what he or she needs most. And thirdly, then they follow courses in 1 or 2 combinations of the application field and the discipline, and a common core about systems engineering, about ethics, about creativity and imagination, and about engineering, ethics, etc. And then thirdly, students take an interdisciplinary project, somewhat similar to the one that I just discussed before, but this time limited to the context of quantum information systems. And this could be interesting because the students in this master are going to play the role of deep generalist. They are the interdisciplinary thinkers. They have to make the connections, do the synthesis work. Each team will also have students from specialist master's programs like computer sciences or computer engineering or electrical engineering or embedded systems, applied mathematics or physics. And they will play the role of deep specialists who come with a deep expert knowledge into the process. And after the project is finished, they will return to their own program for the continuation with their thesis. Now, these 3 examples show how you can make small steps to new models of higher engineering education. Still, with an emphasis on scientific discovery, but in the direction of more human value, dealing with a broader range and with focus also on more agility. I know, change is a very slow process, but you have to make these steps. You have to make these steps away from the rut that we are in. And yes, there are many excuses not to move. Some feel the accreditation agencies, for instance, breathing down in their necks. It makes them decide not even to think about change. Some others are concerned about the necessary upskilling of staff. Staff ask, of course, to them, what's in it for me? Why should I join this change? And the necessity to integrating competencies in disciplinary courses. This is much more important than just bolting on a module about communication, for instance, or collaboration. But it is the way of integrating that makes it difficult. It's much more complicated than bolting modules on top of. And then finally, the smart definition of learning outcomes for interdisciplinary and emotional and social competencies, and the rethinking of the assessment models. These are difficult things that have to be dealt with. I've tried to show you what and how changes you can make, or have to make actually, in your engineering education to grow graduates who are ready for the complex and interdisciplinary tasks that they will face in their future of work. I have not told you about how these changes match with the current CDIO framework, but I can assure you they match, they do. The context, first, for instance, of the CDIO engineering is changing to more holistic and interdisciplinary work, so that has to be added. The learning outcomes, for instance, have to be retuned to add more human aspects. And new competencies like digital engineering or self-leaderships and so on have to be integrated in the engineering courses. And most of all, I have expressed my concerns about the enhancements of faculty teaching competencies, of upskilling and relearning pedagogies. Did you, for instance, review already the CDIO Syllabus 3.0? I think it can support your thinking about your program. Discuss the status of digital engineering embedded across your curriculum. Are you doing enough already in data engineering in your program? And what about the paradigm shift that the human values and qualities are getting so much more important in the future, in the digital age? Do you share that vision? Do you have a plan already? What are you doing? And is your staff willing and equipped to change the teaching and assessment habits? Do you have a program for the upskilling of your staff for the future? And find out if your programs and organization are agile enough to respond to the changes that we currently see and that will come to us in the future about adopting individual study path or your role in lifelong learning. There is lots of work to be done. So all I can say is prepare for the future and aim for agility and resilience in your program, in your curricula. I hope I've inspired your thinking, and I thank you for your attention. I wish you a nice continuation of this conference. Goodbye.
Thank you, Mr. Alder, for your valuable speech and for respecting perfectly the allocated time. The floor is now open for questions. I remind you, dearest attendees, to use the hand raise feature to express your intention to ask your questions, and you will then be given the permission to use your microphone and camera. Mr. Abdel Mazid, the floor is now yours to ask your questions.
Thank you, Dana. Yeah, hi, Professor Kemp, how are you? Can you hear me?
I'm fine. Good morning.
Good morning. It's a pretty interesting, actually, say theory and practice you're doing. I'm just wondering how would look like the assessment or assessment items. What are the assessment? How do you think that assessment would be more effective in this philosophy of teaching?
Yeah, as I already mentioned, that is one of the struggles to figure that out. I'm always in favor in particularly giving the students more responsibility for this respect and let them make, particularly for their personal development, let them make a portfolio of achievement, and by means of peer reviewing, so let the students mutually discuss the portfolios and give them feedback rather than really grading them. And I've seen that in a couple of universities where the portfolio of achievement is of that high quality that students are going to use it when they are, let's say, applying for a job in industries or in an institute. And I think that's an excellent way of, well, keeping track of this kind of competencies.
Yeah, that's one way. Thank you. Say you're talking about the internship and what is called group work. We
Right.
also have some at some level, but we're finding difficulties, number one, with internship. I mean, if we place, say, 50 students in 50 different or 20 different industries, they get a different level of experiences. You know, that's we cannot keep that in an acceptable level. So that's one big problem with us as well.
Yeah, I mean, we have that same in my university, and also there we ask the students before they enter an internship to define their personal learning goals and then make a reflection on that and really work on those specific set of personal learning goals. So don't try to cover that and make it a general set of learning goals. That's okay. How we have been doing it, and that is motivating the students to really go for a very limited number of goals they want to achieve during their internship.
Yeah, right. Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you for the presentation as well. I'll leave time so that others can ask you questions as well.
Okay, Yes, thank you.
Right.
Thank you, Mr. Abdul Mazid. Dr. Osama, the floor is now yours to ask your questions.
Thank you, Dr. Camp. Very interesting and comprehensive. But I still can't get over the feeling that there's a lot of subjectivity required to making these decisions. And also, I was wondering whether there is a complete commonality between countries that are in your world, you know, Holland, United States, Germany, and other parts of the world which are not so advanced. Are there any specific things that we should look out for in countries that are still hoping to catch up?
Yeah, well, my personal experience is that you get the best views by, well, for instance, going so every now and then to educational conferences to get a flavor of what's going on in the different countries and different institutions. And once you find a couple of institutions that really, well, pique your interest, make a direct connection and visit them with a couple of people and see how they are doing. I think that's a good way of tapping off the experience from one institute to another.
Well, hopefully we have a higher percentage of communality than might actually exist, so that we can go forward with
that's right.
With your prescription.
It is always a matter of Sorry.
Good. Thank you very much, Dr. Khan.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Osama. Professor Assam, the floor is now yours to ask your questions.
Okay, thank you, Professor, for this very comprehensive presentation. Let me say that changes, are unquestionable. We need to introduce these changes. There is some changes at the student level, some changes at the instructor or faculty member level, at the institutional level. All these changes, when we look at it, it's almost internal within the institution. Now, what about the external factors? There is a lot of external factors. In order to be able to introduce these changes, there is some factors affecting the institution from outside. For example, the funders. Who is funding these institutions? The quality assurance agencies, the accreditation agencies, the ones who are recognizing your degrees, and so on. So how we can introduce these external bodies into the process? We don't want to do something and then we receive criticism from these agencies and from those bodies. So how we can incorporate all these changes with them?
Yeah, that's a very good question. And I fully agree that particularly the accreditation agencies that I also already addressed, you have to involve them in your vision, in your sharing your vision, where you have to go, and hopefully you will not be the only university in the region. Hopefully you can join with other universities, and at least it's my impression that once accreditation agencies get more signals from, let's say, more universities of the same kind, they will move. But it is indeed a slow process also. And sometimes the university wants to take the initiative to change. And that should not be, let's say, braked by the accreditation agencies, but really be how shall I say that? It should be portrayed as an example how people should change. So, but indeed, it's a fight of finding a balance. Yes, you're right.
Professor Kamp, at the same token, nowadays there is a lot of talk about ranking. It's under the same concept, what is the criteria for ranking and so on. So how we can, take your proposal, and I'm pretty sure that many professors, adhere to what you are saying, and they are very happy with these changes, because if we don't change, we will be changed.
Right.
Yeah. So, how we can also, these people who are talking about the issues related to ranking, how we can involve them in these changes?
Yeah, that's a good question. I have not thought about that aspect actually, how you involve the people who are doing the ranking in those changes.
Anyway, it's an open question, so
yeah,
we can think about it together. In fact, you know, we can
that's
think
right. Yeah,
yes.
it's a good question. Yeah, it's a good question. I don't have a direct answer to this this specific question.
Thank you, Professor. Thank you, Professor.
Thank you, Professor Assam. Our apologies, dear attendees, for not being able to take more questions due to time limitations. Thank you, everyone, and special thanks to Mr. Aldert for answering all questions.
Okay, thank you. It was my pleasure, and I wish you a wonderful continuation of the conference.
Thank you, Mr. Aldert. Yeah. Now, let's welcome our second keynote speaker, Mr. Robert Sanger, Associate Professor of Global Information and Management, International College of Technology, Kanazawa, Japan, who will present his speech entitled Passion or Purpose, Challenges of Student Motivation in the New Normal.
Hello, everybody. My name is Robert Sanger, and before I begin, I would just like to point out that the slides to this presentation are available online. You can view them at the URL, the address on the screen here. So, welcome to my keynote talk about passion or purpose, the challenges of student motivation in the new normal. Now, given how drastically the way we teach classes has changed over the last year and a half, I think the question of what keeps students persisting through all the associated troubles is a salient one. So in this talk, I would like to discuss what I view are the two core motivations in a student's life, passion and purpose. First, here's a little background about myself. I am an associate professor of global information and management at the International College of Technology, where I teach mainly software engineering, computer programming, and related subjects. I'm also working on my PhD at Kanazawa Institute of Technology, where I'm doing research into applications of artificial intelligence for self-directed learning contexts. Now, my school is not like a typical institute of higher education. Our students join from the age of 15 and study with us for 5 years in a CDIO-based STEAM education. After that, most of them graduate and transfer to a 4-year university at the 3rd year level. So my students, they begin their path towards engineering at a considerably younger age than that of other prospective engineering students. For this reason, I've seen many students who are not entirely sure that they want to have a career in engineering from the beginning, and it has created numerous struggles for them. This is the background from which I've prepared my talk today. Now, it is well known that the coronavirus pandemic of 2020 resulted in numerous school closures around the globe. In April alone, the number of simultaneous closures was at its peak, with over 1.25 million students affected by their schools closing, either fully or partially. That's 71.8% of all the learners around the world. Although schools were closing, they refused to close down entirely, as most schools switched to some form of remote or online approach to running classes. Fortunately, the educational technology for learning from a distance has been available for many years, and it's improved over time. Various internet and software technologies have made high-quality educational materials, the information and knowledge they embody, as well as the experts of each respective field, available for free or at a low cost to anyone ambitious enough to seek them out. In addition, educational software has become more sophisticated with integrated learning analytics features that provide personalized insights for both the learner as well as the teacher. But the mere existence of these technologies is not enough to solve the issue of school closures for all students. Different schools, different communities, even different countries can have different levels of access and usage of these revolutionary technologies. And that is due to various socioeconomic factors. Of course, affluent schools are more likely to afford the cost of providing technologies like computers and tablets to their students, but the digital divide goes beyond the availability of just financial resources. Affluent schools with easy access to computer technologies are also more likely to use those technologies for higher level cognitive activities, such as modeling and simulation, compared to rote drilling and practice in less privileged schools. Even when money is no issue, as is the case with free tools available online, such tools are more likely used in lessons for collaborative problem solving and new media literacies at schools that are already better off. Another telling fact about this digital divide is that the majority of massively open online course participants, or MOOC participants, are mostly already college educated. So merely opening up college level materials to the world has not allowed more people to become the equivalent of college educated. Rather, the already educated have become more educated because of it. Now, a study at Harvard analyzed the data of participants in Harvard X and MIT X online courses, and it found that both levels of participation and completion rates could be predicted by the socioeconomic status of the students. For example, the educational levels of their parents and the average income of their neighborhoods. So this study is one example that reinforces the point that online and remote technologies for increasing access to learning are already serving those who don't necessarily need easier access, and instead they're failing to provide additional support and opportunity for students who are most in need. The director of the Teaching Systems Lab at MIT, Justin Reich, has done a lot of research into educational technology, and he calls this phenomenon the EdTech Matthew effect. The name comes from a passage in the Gospel of Matthew, which says that whoever has will be given more to the point of abundance, and those who have not, what they have will be taken away from them. He elaborates on the points he believes are the reasons why the digital divide will only get bigger over time. The first is that technology is developed within cultural contexts that have inherent systems of inequality. And so those systems will similarly be embedded in the technological systems as well. The second is that people who have the means to take advantage of free technologies are not always the same as the people who are in need of those free technologies. The third is that various forms of social exclusion create much stronger barriers to entry than any other forms of exclusion, such as a lack of access to the technology itself. As an example, let's look at social identity threat, which is the fear of being seen as less capable than others simply because of the group that you belong to. Now, MOOC participants from less developed countries, according to the United Nations Human Development Index, are less likely to complete an online course than their counterparts in more developed countries. Here, researchers experimented with what they called social belonging interventions in the form of brief reflection activities for students to complete at the start of online courses. They then followed the activities of the students through to the end. The researchers found that in courses with the social belonging interventions, the students from less developed countries performed as well as students from more developed countries, whereas courses without the intervention continued to see a gap. These interventions were short writing assignments designed to acknowledge the feeling that one does not belong in the course, and to let students also hear testimonials from other students that had overcome that feeling. The researchers concluded that the psychological and learning sciences can help turn an accessible educational experience into an equitable one. Now, social exclusion is such a powerful obstacle precisely because it undermines an individual's motivation, which brings us to the central point of this talk. While other forms of exclusion can be obvious, social exclusion presents an obstacle through the psychological burden it places on the individual experiencing it, which in turn increases their perceived cost of engagement on the task. In the literature, we often see motivation expressed in terms of approach motivation and avoidance motivation, where each can be defined by whether or not the achievement value outweighs its cost. In this talk, I'd like to focus on the source of those perceptions, whether they stem from the individual's interests and enjoyment, or their sense of identity and responsibility to society. An individual motivated by passion would pursue an endeavor for reasons related to pleasure or learning, and they would avoid a task if they expect to feel bored or see it as a threat to their self-confidence. On the other hand, an individual motivated by purpose would pursue endeavors that resonate with their self-identity or provide some benefit to their social group, and they would avoid a task that makes them feel alien within the social context or provides little gain towards their larger goals. We can see cultural differences in the way societies encourage these different forms of motivation. In individualistic societies, it is believed that students with stronger interests, enjoyment, and confidence for a subject will have greater achievement in their studies. So the locus of motivation is within the individual based on their interests or passion. In more collectivistic societies, the belief is that students with more social connections and better relationships to supportive others will have higher achievements. Here, the source of motivation is then in the expectations of the people around the individual and their obligation to not disappoint close friends or family. If passion is a strong Western concept, then we can say here that purpose would be its counterpart in Eastern societies. And in fact, this has been directly studied in recent research. Researchers at Stanford University and the Chinese University of Hong Kong analyzed PISA datasets from 2009 to 2015. Now, PISA, if you don't know, is the Program for International Student Assessment by the OECD, or Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development. It measures the mathematics, science, and reading performance of 15-year-old students around the world. These data sets from 59 societies included about half of what they called weird societies, where weird is an acronym meaning Western, educated, industrialized, rich, and democratic. Using variables in the PISA dataset of interest, enjoyment, and efficacy to measure student passion, they discovered that passion was a greater predictor of achievement and also explained greater variance in achievement by 37% compared to 16% in the collectivistic societies. In collectivistic societies, parental emotional support was a better predictor than was passion. And this suggests a stronger orientation towards social purpose as a source of motivation. Now, in educational psychology, we can see parallels to passion and purpose with the achievement goal theory in the way it describes student engagement on task. But I view passion and purpose as a kind of macro motivation embedded in the social context or the motivational climate of school and society. A student driven by passion might put forth effort to have fun or develop their skills. On the other hand, a student driven by purpose would do so because they have expectations to meet for themselves or others. In this sense, passion and purpose describe why a student is involved in a task, while achievement goal theory describes how. How they engage is reflected in the dialogue surrounding the task, such as the types and levels of goals being pursued. The nature of feedback given to the student, evaluation criteria for judging the accomplishment of the goal, and the way accomplishment is recognized. This dialogue can focus on the task itself, or it can focus on the individual's ability. For example, in Japanese culture, there is a strong emphasis on doing one's best, or gambaru. In situations where other cultures will say, good luck, the Japanese say, do your best, or gambatte kudasai. And personal satisfaction is often derived from the effort, regardless of their outcome. Even when a student is not able to achieve a desired goal, they are still reassured that they put in their best effort. Of course, this can vary greatly between individuals, not just societies. People who are more competitive in nature will likely be more ego involved in tasks where their performance is compared to others. This brings me to highlight one of the issues in institutes of higher education that they naturally must deal with, and that issue is the contention between two competing objectives: promoting authentic learning and giving grades to assess students. A highly competitive university, for example, may put a strong emphasis on the role of grades in order to distinguish their students further. And the degree to which grades play a role in learning is influenced by the cultural assumptions about grades and assessment. These cultural assumptions may come from either the culture of the society or the culture of the school, but they may not always be true. For example, a student who consistently receives good grades may come to think it's easy. They may become confident in their ability and not put in as much effort as a result. Or grading systems may have inherent biases that favor one type of student over another. Ultimately, putting a strong emphasis on the role of grades or overinflating their value may result in grade obsession among students. When grades are strongly tied to scholarships, the perceived employability of students, or the expectations of close others, there is a danger that students will forget the purpose of school as a place of learning. And obsession over the pursuit of grades can have terrible consequences, such as hurting their self-concept as a learner, making them dependent on the teacher to tell them what knowledge is correct or which knowledge is allowed, or undermining the intrinsic pleasure of learning new things altogether. This is why a sense of passion and purpose is necessary for students who may feel like they are caught in an absurd rat race when their grades seem to have little meaning outside the school system in which they were awarded. But even in meaninglessness, there is hope. To that point, I want to introduce you to the myth of Sisyphus. The French philosopher Albert Camus believed that in a world with no clear meaning or purpose, we must conquer our own fates. In his famous essay, The Myth of Sisyphus, he describes a mythological figure who becomes a hero of his own absurd situation. Sisyphus was a man who lived with such great love and passion for life, he tricked the gods twice in order to cheat death. As a result, the gods condemned him to an eternity, pushing a boulder up a hill, only for it to roll back down again. According to Camus, Sisyphus rises above his punishment by facing the absurdity of it and realizing its inherent meaninglessness. Doing so frees him of the drudgery, allowing him to create his own meaning and rediscover a passion in the activity. So the lack of inherent meaning in things allows us to define our own purpose and truly become happy in our own pursuits. Camus argues that even though Sisyphus is trapped in a repetitive structure, it is within that structure that he is free. To quote, "His fate belongs to him. His rock is his thing. He knows himself to be the master of his days." This reminds me of a Japanese phrase, ichigo ichie, which means that no two moments are exactly the same. Each moment in life can never be repeated, and so we should cherish each moment as a once-in-a-lifetime experience. I think this is quite beautiful in the way that it speaks to our own agency for choosing a sense of purpose. If the world will not give us meaning, then we are free to make of it what we will, and find it in it that which is most important to us. Steve Jobs spoke about pursuing one's passion in his 2005 commencement address at Stanford University when he told the graduates to find what they love. This idea of doing what you love is viewed as the golden key that unlocks a happy and successful life and career, especially in American culture, which strongly follows the independent model of motivation. While this is great advice, as I previously mentioned about how passion is necessary, it only covers about half of the picture. For many, building a sense of purpose is a much more practical endeavor than discovering a one true passion. This is because students who view pursuing passion as inherently individualistic and privileged may respond better to an idealistic purpose that emphasizes a collective meaning. In addition, the amount of time and freedom to explore one's career options may not be available to students who have limited resources, student debt, or other obligations towards their family. And students may not even be fully aware of the messages and circumstances influencing their decisions either. For them, it may be worthwhile to reflect on their values, their skills, their knowledge about future prospects in an effort to better understand their interests, but discovering a one true passion is simply not necessary depending on the social contexts of their lives. They can still be happy by following a purpose instead. Even in terms of pursuing a passion, there are nuances around how one may go about doing so. A group of researchers decided to examine mindsets for implicit theories of interest. This group included Carol Dweck, who is the American psychologist famous for her theory of intelligence on fixed versus growth situations related to their interests, and compared them to students with a growth mindset. Here, a fixed mindset views interests as a kind of fixed trait that doesn't change, whereas a growth mindset sees interest as something that can be developed over time through effort. From the results of these studies, we can see evidence that having a fixed mindset is like making an identity statement, about oneself and one's abilities. The growth mindset, on the other hand, reflects a greater resilience towards gaining new interests and maintaining existing ones in the face of difficulty. And since interest is strongly connected to intrinsic motivation, this research suggests that promoting a growth mindset would serve to benefit the well-being of students through improved motivation. Now, a student's mindset may reflect a deeper degree of their exploration or commitment to a personal identity. To say someone has a growth mindset suggests they are open to new information and can apply it to their way of thinking regarding identity-relevant tasks. In other words, they are said to have an exploratory identity status. On the other hand, a fixed mindset may reflect a commitment to the idea that one has certain traits and abilities which do not change, and this reflects a normative identity status. Relevant to these ideas, researchers in another study have shown that students with an exploratory attitude towards STEM subjects also have greater perceptions of confidence and value for the subject. This in turn increases their retention rates within the STEM subjects. On the other hand, a lack of exploration was shown to be related to lower self-confidence and a greater sense of cost in terms of the effort or psychological burden for engaging in the STEM subject. Those students who were also more likely to say they were thinking of leaving the STEM studies altogether. Now, in the last few slides, I would like to introduce a couple of real-world examples. But before I do that, let's quickly summarize all of the theoretical concepts we've discussed so far. First, passion is a source of motivation, and it's connected to individual interests, whereas purpose is connected to feelings of social belonging. Next, both passion and purpose are encouraged by social and cultural factors in a student's life, with passion being a greater predictor for achievement in individualistic societies. Then, passion and purpose can fulfill our needs for intrinsic meaning while living in a silent, repetitive world. Maybe a little dark, but... And finally, students who persist in their studies have greater confidence. They're more open to new experiences and have a higher potential for intrinsic motivation in their pursuits. Okay. Now, this is the first case study I would like to introduce, and that is the case of Afaf Allah. Afaf is a member of the Design and Fabrication Club at my school, the International College of Technology, where students are allowed to work on projects of their own choosing. She enjoys the freedom to work on whatever she likes, but this year she had difficulty narrowing down her many different interests. She wanted to learn about video editing, but thought that just studying it on its own would be boring. So Afaf joined a competition in order to have a deadline that would motivate her to work. She joined the Breakthrough Junior Challenge contest, where teenagers compete by producing 3-minute videos that communicate some scientific concepts. Afaf created her own original video that discussed the problem of space debris, and that included the concepts of gravity, momentum, and orbit. Joining the competition gave her a purpose, which she followed by creating a Gantt chart and planned out the process of choosing a topic, scripting it, filming it, and editing the final video. And it did not matter to her whether she became a finalist in the challenge. She was happy with her final product, and she took pride from all the positive feedback she got from her teachers and friends. So passion alone was not enough for Afaf. She oriented herself towards a purposeful goal and achieved a satisfying outcome. The next case is that of Hajime Taniguchi, or better known as Tokido. Tokido was driven by his studies in school and strongly focused on his undergraduate research at the University of Tokyo. He always approaches tasks not by asking why, but instead by setting a goal for himself and finding the most efficient way to proceed. Following this approach in his research gave him a purpose as he was developing artificial bones and organs for humans. He felt like he was contributing to society and even won a national award for his capstone research paper. But this heavy focus of his on his research meant that he did not have time to study for graduate school exams, and as a result, he could not score high enough to get into the graduate lab that he wanted. The lab he ended up in was not a good fit for him, and he quickly became unsatisfied with not being able to contribute to the work. At that time, the pro gaming industry was growing rapidly, and he saw other other fighting game players of lower skill gaining in recognition. So after he graduated, he decided to follow his passion for games, and he reimagined his purpose to become the world's top fighting game champion. He took that engineering mindset and turned it towards his fighting strategies. So here we see when Tokido faltered and lost his sense of purpose in grad school, his passion drove him to discover a new one in games. Finally, I would like to leave you with some advice based on the discussion here today, which I think every teacher can implement in their own classes. First is to recognize that cultural differences also affect motivational differences. We should foster a sense of belonging among our students. Second, create a motivational context by communicating what is expected of the students as they engage on task. Next is to help students focus on the learning side of assessment through self-reflection and formative feedbacks. Remind your students that interests, as well as intelligence, can be developed like a skill. If possible, give opportunities for self-reflection into one's interests, values, skills, occupational knowledge, and the future of work, with the goal of discovering a self-purpose. This could especially serve students who have limited ideas of their own possibilities. And finally, use a balance of language for both purpose and passion when discussing motivation in your assignments and projects. So your students can hopefully find something meaningful in whichever feels the most appropriate for them at that time in their lives, whether it's their passion or their purpose. Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure giving this talk for you today. If you're interested, again, you can find these slides online at the address shown on screen. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Robert, for your valuable speech and for respecting the allocated time. The floor is now open for questions. I remind you, dearest attendees, to use the hand raise feature to express your intention to ask your questions, and you will then be given the permission to use your microphone and camera. Professor Hassan, the floor is now yours to ask your questions.
Hi, Mr. Sunger. How are you?
Hello, I'm good.
I had the opportunity to visit his facilities and his place. In fact, it's a very interesting place. Let me say that I feel that there is a strong relationship between the passion and the environment where the students are working and so on. So what sort of a signal or a message that we should send to the decision makers at the university level, at the country level, at the sector level? What developments they should introduce into the environment so that we can enhance the passion of the subscribers, whether we talk about the students, talk about faculty members, and so on. Is there a relationship, strong relationship between the passion and the environment?
Right. So when I was talking about the task orientation versus ego orientation, right there, I mentioned about the motivational climate as well, and that's also a term from the achievement goal theory. And yeah, I certainly agree with you that passion is connected to the environment as well. So the motivational climate gives cues to the individual about how they should approach the task. And so certainly the environment needs to be supportive of allowing students to explore their interests.
When I talk about the environment, there is the physical environment and also the other aspects of the physical environment. The people who are developed the set of rules and regulations, for example,
yes,
for conducting, activities at the universities. So it's not just only the physical environment. In fact,
right.
the admission criteria at the universities. Do we need to rethink the admission criteria so that to enhance the passion of the students? There is a different dimensions to this process.
Right. And actually, that's one of the interesting points in that study from that looked at passion versus purpose, the two models of motivation based on cultures, and they said that too many universities actually emphasize passion in their in their admissions policies. Mm-hmm. And so they're arguing that actually there may be a lot of talented and motivated individuals who are maybe not so passionate about what they want to do, but they do have a strong sense of purpose instead, and that can be just as strongly just as strong of a motivator for them.
Okay.
So
thank you.
Yeah,
thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you for the question.
Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Assam. Any other questions? Please use the hand raise feature if you have a question. Dr. Osama, the floor is now yours to ask your questions.
Thank you. I'm just thinking back that, was his name Tokido? Tokido.
Yes.
Very sad story. I was wondering, how can we reconfigure his environment to bring him back into passion, and yet instead of having a frustrated person who's achieving something but not really satisfying his soul.
Well, he was actually quite happy in his undergraduate research because he loved what he was doing and he was doing it quite well. And so the point was that at that point in his life, he was driven by purpose towards his research. But then that kind of fell out from underneath him when he wasn't able to get into the research lab he wanted, because a lot of Japanese schools often emphasize, like standardized test scores for advancing. And while he was very talented and obviously had a lot of engineering qualifications as an undergrad, it wasn't enough to get him where he wanted for graduate school, because simply because he didn't put in the hours studying from a book. And so that's where he lost his purpose. And then his passion for games originally, which was originally before he, it originated from before he got into university, but that drove him to found a new meaning. And if you want to know what I would change, I would say that the entrance test to grad school is probably where he had the moment of breaking off in his course. Yeah.
Oh, well, that's a dilemma you have there, really.
Right. Yeah.
Suboptimal. That bothers me.
Yeah, but he's happy now as well. You know, he's one of the strongest fighting game players in the world right now, and he's making lots of money. So, yeah.
For compensation.
Right, but yeah, and I found information on his story from a post he wrote about where he was encouraging Waseda University students to study hard for their exams.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Osama. Professor Hassam, do you have another question?
No, thanks. I'm okay.
Mr. Aldert Kamp, the floor is now yours to ask your questions.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, Robert, or good evening. Yes. I have a short question to you, and that is, in your conclusions, you state that apply grading to promote self-reflection, and I'm actually a bit surprised if you want to reflect on, let's say, your personal identity and the purpose of studying, that, let's say, the grading itself is a good tool to use. Can you elaborate a little bit on that?
You mean like applying a 100-point scale to quantify the outcomes?
Yeah, exactly.
It's not always. I don't think it's always a good assessment tool. I know oftentimes we can use rubrics instead, which give more qualitative feedback whereas originally we would use like a Likert scale. Instead of using the numbers from the Likert scale, you would replace it with words that basically convey the meaning of what that value would represent. And while that doesn't translate very well to like accreditation purposes or ranking students or other forms of proving their merits, it is certainly, I think it's more valuable to the student for improving themselves.
Okay, and have you thought about, let's say, giving peer reviews, or having, I don't know exactly how you do, but let's say having students discuss mutually, let's say, their passion and their purpose? I would guess that helps them a lot in stimulating.
Right, and I think peer reviews, at least at the level I teach, have not seemed to be too valuable. It really requires a lot of knowledge on the student's part in order they need to have like a meta knowledge about assessment in general. Otherwise, you have the risk of getting just kind of superficial reviews, like something you might see on a YouTube video or an Amazon product.
Yeah. All right. Okay, thank you, Robert.
Thank you.
Our apologies, dear attendees, for not being able to take more questions due to time limitations. Thank you, everyone, and special thanks to Mr. Robert for answering all questions. Moving on, we're now going to take a break, and we will resume with our next keynote speaker at 10:45 a.m. Kuwait time. Welcome back, everyone. I hope you enjoyed your break. Now, I would like to welcome our next keynote speaker, Professor Issam Zabarawi, the President of the Australian College of Kuwait, who will present his speech entitled Bringing Research into Learning. Sorry for the technical problem. We will give you the presenter mode in a few seconds. Please bear with us for an extra few minutes. We are right now working on the technical problem. We're going to extend the break for 5 minutes extra, so we can be able to fix our technical problem. We apologize again for this technical problem. Professor Issam, the floor is now yours to start your presentation.
How I expand this? Oh, hello everybody. We are very much sorry for this technological issue. In fact, can you see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Okay, good. You know, the title of my talk today is about bringing research into learning process. In fact, this is an important issue, and we find that higher education institutions they have to introduce a lot of changes. And today's presentation we will talk about, you know, the drivers for these changes, why we want to introduce research-based learning, understanding research-based learning, and there is a university pledge to students. We have to talk about this. And in fact, the relationship between the research-based learning and the project-based learning, the elements of the research-based learning, how we link this to the CDIO, and also how to become a research-oriented institution, and some experiences with certain universities, and also we'll talk a little bit about the ACK in this regard. In fact, when we look at the universities, most of the universities, they have this environment, this relationship. They talk about teaching, research, and community service. However, in fact, there is a dichotomy. There is a, you know, disengagement between these three activities. And later on at the University of Michigan, they modified these traditional pillars and they introduced teaching and learning instead of teaching. From research, we moved to research, development, and innovation, and from community to leadership. Still, these three new modified pillars, still that they are disengaged. We are not performing all these three quantities simultaneously. In fact, some universities, even they separate their faculty members to graduate faculty members and undergraduate faculty members, to research faculty members and, you know, regular faculty members. In fact, when we look at the issues, why we want to introduce research-based learning into the higher education institution. There is a, yesterday and today we listened to two presentations talking about the change. The one at Skolnick by Professor Clements, and also today, this morning, about the case of Netherlands. What about the different changes that's taking place? And in fact, also when we looked at the report from the World Economic Forum, most of the report is talking about skilling and reskilling and upskilling. This means that we have to think about these dimensions. And if we don't change, we will be changed, because higher education institutions, they will face a lot of challenges and difficulties if they don't introduce these changes. Again, when we heard this morning about new disciplines, in new areas, in new fields, and so on, this means that the map or the landscape of higher education is changing horizontally, vertically, and even the regulations related to the higher education institutions are changing at a very, very high pace. The delivery methods also changing from a classical into project-based learning, problem-based learning, flipped class learning, and these different methods. And now we will talk about the research-based learning procedures and approach. The speed of the knowledge development. I remember when we read about Boolean algebra. Boolean algebra developed in the 1850. And after 100 years, they used the outcome of the Boolean algebra in the design of computers and so on in the 1950. This means it took them around 100 years to realize the importance of this type of algebra. So nowadays, things are changing at a very high pace. You develop a theory, you develop the concept, and might be within a few years, maximum 10 years, you will see it be transformed into a process, a project, or product, or a service. So things are changing at a very high pace. This means that we have to involve our students in all these aspects. Again, when we train our students, we tell them that the learning process is a long life process. And this means that in order to be able to have a lifelong learning process, you have to get the tools and the facilities in order to be able to do that. Also, we find that some universities still they have these classical facilities at their campuses and at their labs and so this means that we have to relook at the facilities available at the universities, and part of these facilities are related to the learning, teaching and learning, and the research aspects. Now, the question is, what is research-based learning? In fact, when we look at the concept we want the graduate, when we have a graduate from a university or from a particular discipline, they have the set of competencies related to do research, and also to do the learning process through a research projects. This means that we talk about the techniques, the application of the learning process is through a set of research components. And this means that we have to link the research aspects with the teaching process. And this requires a strategy. This requires a model. So the universities, they have to change their model and they have to change their strategy so that we introduce the concept of a query. We have to ask the students to develop the literature surveys, the analysis process, the synthesis process, and also the evaluation, and also how to draw conclusions and the value of the information. Unfortunately, we never talk to our students about the value of the information. Again, when the student gained a new bit of information, they have to know how to assimilate this within the structure of the information he's aware of it. When we look at the process, we can see that the project-based learning or research-based learning process, there is 4 different dimensions into this. First of all, we have to construct the learning process and move it to the understanding. And this is an important issue. We moved from teaching to learning, and now we are moving from learning to understanding. And this is a big step. And I presume that in the coming few years, we will use the 3 terms: teaching, learning, and understanding. Again, the learning process and the knowledge base of the students, it builds up. And this means that we have to look at the prior knowledge that the students gained, especially because the students nowadays at the universities, they are coming from different backgrounds and even from different countries, from a different educational systems, and so on, so that we have to develop the prior knowledge of the student. We cannot live in an ivory tower. So we have to interact in our learning process with the social dimensions. So there is a social interaction process into the learning process, and we have to keep it as close as possible to the real world. Again, also when we look at the process, we find that it includes issues related to the problem solving, cooperative learning. Cooperative learning, it becomes also an important dimension where you put people with the different backgrounds, with the different dimensions, they sit together to find a solution to a particular problem. Hands-on experience, also hands-on, it's a part of the research-based learning, the inquiry and the discovery approach. So these are issues we should take it into consideration when we talk about the research. Again, at the universities, it is an interdisciplinary. It's not just only I do my research in a very tiny little dimension of a certain field. It has to be open to other fields. This means that we have to work together in groups. Might be an institution with an institution, department with another department, to promote the concepts of the research-based learning. This process will encourage students to active participation in the learning through a number of issues, strong understanding of the basic concepts. And this is an issue, I think my colleagues, the faculty members, they should stop at this point, for a good period of time when we talk about the basic concepts. Unfortunately, many basic concepts, the students, they graduate, even they are not fully aware of the basic. They know it, they know the basic concepts, but they don't understand it properly. My colleagues from the mechanical engineering department, when they talk about enthalpy to students, entropy to students, they know it, the students, but do they understand it? When we talk to our electrical engineering students about complex numbers, complex quantities, they know it as a mathematical tool. Do they understand what are these? What physically the meaning of these quantities or not? And also, there is a logical thinking in the research-based learning components. So they have to develop the logical thinking with their students. And also the scientific attitude. And this is important. So that the students, we have to develop their attitude towards the evidence, towards the information, and the issues related to the honesty and openness when we talk about these issues and these dimensions. Now, if we think about what is in it, in this research-based learning, when we think about the different issues, what are the impacts of this? Let me talk about the faculty members. When I start to teach issues related to my research in the classroom, this means that I am giving the students an up-to-date information about the subject matter, rather than, unfortunately, as we have heard this morning, some faculty members, they are teaching from the yellow pages, from the old stuff. And this is not acceptable anymore. So we have to keep up to date with the materials that we are teaching to our students. Again, if the material that I'm giving to my students, I'm also using it in my research, this means that I don't need to do the double the effort in order to do this. Again, the students in my class, they will help me in my research. Might be they will start to think about the application of this research, and this will enhance my productivity, in fact, as far as the research is concerned. In terms of the students, they will get motivated. They feel that they are doing something very close to the practical life, and they make their life very relevant. The type of the programs that they are taking very relevant to their life and to their society. Now, this will enhance, if we think about at the country level, those students in the classroom who are taking this research-based learning process, they will become researchers. They will become, an asset to the country, and this will increase the number of the researchers in the country per million. And this is one of the KPIs how we classify countries. Again, if the students, they get involved in the research, the funders to the university, they will provide more funds, especially when they learn that the students, they are getting up to state of the art knowledge. Also, the position of the university will enhance, in its ranking and in its position among the institutions in the higher education sector. And this will make the higher education sector very relevant to the economical development of the country. Now, if we look at the universities, there is a pledge from the universities to students. And in fact, there is 8 points. Part of this point, we have to expose the students to the opportunity through inquiry rather than a simple transmission of knowledge. And there is a big difference between these two dimensions. Unfortunately, very few universities, they are adopting this. And also we have to expose the students to the different aspects related to science, social dimensions, and also to the application of knowledge. And in addition, we have to give them the opportunity, in fact, to meet with the scientists, with the researchers. And this will enhance the understanding of the students and also will, put them in a position so that they start to talk to researchers, and this will give them an opportunity to develop their skills and their competencies. Also, the issues related to the facilities that we are offering to them, and those facilities should facilitate to them how to do research and inquiry. If we look at the research-based learning, it is highly linked with the active learning. And in fact, both of them, they develop the critical thinking dimension in the students. However, in the project-based learning and research-based learning, both are, the two types of learning are classified as an active learning. However, in the project-based learning, we emphasize the concepts of the projects, while in the research-based learning, we emphasize on the research aspects of the process. And in fact, these are the elements of the project-based learning. There is inquiry in it, and there is student voice, there is reflections, and so on. However, when we look at the elements, when we talk about research-based learning, of course, there is a it is involved the teaching and learning strategies. There is a strategy so that we involve the research process within the teaching and the learning process. This is an important dimension. We're connecting the learning, teaching, and research. We connect them together, and it needs a lot of training at the faculty member side in order to be able to do this. Again, in the project-based learning, the links most of the time between the group of the students themselves. Here, when we start to talk about research-based learning, there is a strong relationship between the students and the faculty members. In order to be able to do this, we have to do a lot of training for our faculty members. Again, it's not a classical curriculum. We have to revise the curriculum so that every component within curriculum, it should entail a research component. The type of the learning outcomes that we are going to gain from the process is not the classical learning outcomes. It includes the research skills, which is missing in the, currently these dimensions are missing when we talk about the graduate attributes and the learning outcomes. Again, the presentation skills, especially when the students, they present something developed and something new. In fact, what happened at the University of Michigan at Ann Arbor, they developed, some kind of a model, a set of principles how we can introduce the research-based learning at the universities. Though this is a seven principles. The first important one is related to understand the students' prior knowledge. As I said, students are coming from different walks, from different backgrounds, from different countries, especially when we talk about mobility of people, so that we have to know their prior knowledge and to figure out if there is something missing and to stress that in the development of the students. Again, these are some of the methods developed by the university how to figure out the prior knowledge of the students. Might be diagnostic assessment or by asking direct questions. We ask the student direct questions to figure out if there is some issues that we would like the students to know they are missing in their prior knowledge. The second dimension is the student motivation. And this is, it's extremely important, how to motivate the students. Unfortunately, many faculty members, they depress students rather than motivating students. I think we have to change this culture at the school levels, at the departmental levels, at the university level, at the country level, in fact. How to motivate the students when they do something, we have to respect what they are doing. If they ask questions, we have to be able to answer them and to give them the right advice and the right directions. And we can see that some also directions how we can motivate the students. We get engaged with them. We provide the clear rubrics to them when we ask them to do something, and we explain to them why they should do it and how they do it. The third principle, organized knowledge. Unfortunately, many faculty members, they don't organize the knowledge. Organizing the knowledge, what does it mean? That when I go to my classrooms, talking to my students, I have to tell them what I'm expecting from this lecture, at the end of this lecture, what we are going to achieve and how we are going to achieve it. So things will be organized. I will link it with the previous lectures, and I will bring it and consider this is an input to the coming lectures. I will link my course with other courses. This is how we organize the knowledge, which makes relevant to the research-based learning as far as the students are concerned. These are some of the techniques that we expect the faculty members to follow in order to organize their knowledge. For example, engage with the students and ask them to show you what they understood of how the course material is organized. Are they satisfied with the way that I'm organizing my course materials, or they feel that it's not organized as they expect, and this means that I have to go back and to reorganize my course material. The fourth principle, integration of the practice skills. I don't want, what's happening that nowadays every faculty member is concerned about his area of expertise and they want the practice to be in that particular part. No, I think we have to look at the faculty members. They have to sit together and they might develop a joint practice skills together. So the students, they will take, different components from the different courses and they integrate it together to develop their own skills. And these are some of the methods that we expect our faculty members, to work in order to enhance this. In particular, from prior knowledge and from previous experience, might be the students that they're missing certain skills. So this means that I have to emphasize the importance of these skills and to give them, to provide them the practice to overcome these weak skills and so on, so that this will enhance the overall skills of the students. The fifth dimension, goal-oriented. And usually very few faculty members they tell the students what is the goal, even if they do a certain project or even if they solve a certain problem. I remember I was involved in design of filters for satellite communications, and they are going to use it in the satellite. The main aspect, the goal was not to design the filter because the designs are very well known. The main aspect, the goal at that time was the weight of the filter. I want to design a filter with a very small weight because in the satellite, the weight is very important. So here the goal is to have a small weight component. So every time we do a design, we have to tell our students, or do an activity, we have to tell them what is the goal behind it. And this will, enhance their understanding for the projects that they are conducting. And these are some aspects for how the students, they figure out how the faculty members, they will involve the students to understand the goals behind what they are doing. The sixth aspect is focus on the social, emotional, and intellectual climate of the course. And this is important. Unfortunately, very few faculty members, they are talking about these things, the impact of these dimensions into the learning process. If we start to deal with these dimensions, then we will maximize the impact of the learning process. And in fact, those are some findings, how we enhance these dimensions as far as the students is concerned. We reassure the students and address their concerns. This is important. This means that there's a closed loop in the teaching and learning process. The seventh dimension is the, foster sense of self-learning. So this means that, the students is not just only inside the classrooms, so they start to educate themselves how to do the self-learning process, extracurricular activities, and so on. And we believe this self-learning concept is extremely important to enhance the research dimensions inside the department or inside the classrooms. Again, these are allow students to conduct self-assessment. So I can figure out as a student if I have weaknesses or I have strengths. So this means that I can work in order to avoid all these weaknesses in my teaching. Now, when we talk about the research within the programs, in fact, there is two dimensions. In this vertical axis, we talk about students and faculty members. Here, students, as a participant, and here, a student at the other side, the students is as an audience. when you look at the horizontal axis of this process, there is an emphasis on the content, and here there is emphasis on the process. And based on this classification, we have 4 different types of research. We have research tutored, we have research led, we have research oriented, and we have research based. Let us look at the different aspects of these 4 different types of research. Now, when we talk about research led, in fact, we explain the relevance of the current research in the course content that is important for the faculty member or a given research group. So here we start to introduce the concept of the research to the research content into the students in the research led. Present research results in a given topic of the course. So when we design the course contents, we talk about research results in the course. Invite researchers. As a faculty member, I will invite researchers to present relevant research for the course topic inside the classroom. So the students, they will become acquainted with the research results, how we present the research results, and how we get these research results. Again, also, we ask the student to read specific research papers selected by the teacher. So now they start to get acquainted with the different aspects of the research in this. The second type is research tutored.
My sincere apologies for interrupting your speech, Professor Assam. Kindly note that you still have around 2 minutes to conclude your speech to allow for questions.
How many minutes?
2 minutes.
2 minutes?
Yes.
Oh, God.
I apologize.
Anyway, so I think I'll move to certain aspects in this. Anyway, the whole presentation is a very long one. It's around 86 slides, but I want to say that. Okay, God. Now, but I want to show that how we can. Yes. Now let's move to this slide. In fact, because this is relating research with the CDIO. There is 3 components here: education, research, and catalyzing innovation. In fact, currently these 3 circles are not intersect with each other. So we want to bring them closer to each other so that they intersect. And we find that, let us talk about the CDIO. Yeah. In fact, when we look at the CDIO, the syllabus 2.0, we can add an element to this 2.0 in the first principle, which is disciplinary knowledge and reasoning, understanding research methods. This is a dimension we can add it to this. We can add to the personal and interpersonal skills. We add research ethics and integrity to this one. We can also modify this 3rd dimension, interpersonal skills, introducing leadership, and we can modify this 4th, conceived design, by research literature survey, research proposals, research experiments, and concluding research and printing and providing results. And in this 4th dimension, we can add interdisciplinary engineering research. And on this engineering entrepreneurship, research techniques in engineering, including market research. These are some dimensions. We can, in relation to conceive, design, implement, and operate, we can ask the students to initiate literature review for the process under consideration, design a comprehensive methodology for the proposal research project, and write a research proposal. We conduct the research, and then we finalize the research project, writing research, and we might develop a paper, and also we might ask the students in order to start to think about patency. We never talked about this before to the students, and these are in the literature. There is a number of ways how you can enhance the level of your institution to become research oriented. And the first important is the first one, make research-based learning is the standard at the university, and conduct the inquiry-based freshman year. Conduct an inquiry-based freshman year. I think I will stop here. But anyway, we provide you with the detailed process as indicated in this. It's not a presentation only. It includes a lot of referencing so that you can refer to in order to find the details, how we can develop the departments to become research oriented, in addition to and to incorporate this in the teaching learning process. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Hassan, for your valuable speech. We apologize to you and to the attendees for the technical glitch. Unfortunately, we are obliged to reduce the time of the Q&A session. Kindly note that we will be taking only one question due to time limitation.
Anyway, if somebody has a question and we don't have the time, they can send it to me, and I can reply to that.
Yes, of course.
Yeah. Dr. Osama?
I can't see.
Dr. Osama, I think, yes.
Dr. Ahmad, the floor is now yours to ask your questions.
Thank you very much. This is Dr. Ahmad Sadagat from Mechanical Engineering Department at HCK. Thank you so much, Professor Zablavi, for the extensive and very interesting presentation. As we know, PBL put the student at the center of learning, and the student take control of their learning. The idea of research-based learning, RBL, also come to play in the past few years as a new horizon to the PBL. To motivate students, as you mentioned earlier in your presentation, I wonder if we had additional self-control of the student by allowing a student to take partially control of their assessments, such as, presentation, viva voces. I would believe that would be really interesting if you express your opinion on this aspect. I really appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ahmed. What I think, it's important, this peer reviews, peer evaluation. Not, we can conduct this, but, with the support of the faculty members. Because he got the whole picture. The students, they might, it's a mosaic. The students, they can contribute into this process, but the final approach to this, it's under the jurisdiction and the hands of the faculty member. It's important to know that the students, they will realize what their peers they are thinking, and this will enhance their understanding. This is my main concern. This will, if I realize that my colleague, how he solved this problem, how he tackled this problem, then this means that 1 + 1 becomes more than 2. So I will have 2 ideas now. If I'm as a peer, I looked at the concept that developed by my colleague, then I will have the 2 together, and this will enhance my understanding. How to apply the concept, how to do the analysis, and so on. But at the end of the day, the faculty member should comprehend all these dimensions when we do the final assessment. But it is important.
Thank you, Dr. Ahmed. Dr. Masood, you can communicate with Professor Hassan through his email address to ask your question, as we have to proceed and close the Q&A session. Thank you, Professor Hassan, for answering all the questions. Now I would like to welcome the workshop facilitators, Ms. Helen Leong and Mr. Sin Mo Chia, leader T&L Specialist, Singapore Polytechnic, Singapore, who will lead our CDIO workshop.
Hello, good afternoon, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right. Okay. Let me just project my slides. I apologize for the slight delay because I just have to make a last-minute switch in my laptop. So whatever that I set up with the background is all now gone. Okay. Can everybody see the projector mode?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Can everybody hear me clearly? Okay. Yeah. Hello.
Yes, we can hear you properly.
Yes. All right. Thank you very much. Thank you. Oh yeah, I forgot that you might be the only one who can respond who has a mic on. Yeah. All right.
It's
Thank you.
okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. Okay. Once again, good afternoon. Very good afternoon to everybody. This is Singapore time. I think you are hitting noon in Kuwait. Yeah. So without much further ado, all right, I will just take you through for the rest of the today's event, which is a workshop for introduction to CDIO. So basically, within the next 1.5 hours or so, we'll just briefly cover what CDIO is all about, all right, and how it can help you in your curriculum design. Okay, so yeah, so this workshop is basically for just so that you know we are here. We are very clear why we are here, right? That you are here for the CDIO workshop, and it's mainly meant for beginners. Yeah. All right. So, of course, if you are already very familiar with CDIO, you are also welcome to stay. All right. And then we'll see how we can move this along. All right. So, yeah. Okay. So, once again, okay, this is officially a warm welcome. All right. From Singapore, it's very hot. It's probably about 34 degrees outside now. All right. So, I would appreciate if you can indicate your name in the your name and your institution name in the chat box so that we know who the newcomers are. All right, so I'll give you maybe just about a few 1 or 2 minutes to do that. Okay, so I'll be taking the lead for this workshop, and Helene, she's my boss. All right, so together we will just share with you what SP have done, what CDIO is all about. Okay, and then how we can also conclude by, besides question and answer, we can also want to let you know that how we can help you to adopt and implement CDIO in your respective institution. All right. Okay. So let's just move on. All right. So
please note that the chat is disabled. Sorry for interrupting.
Oh, all right. Okay. In that case, all right. No, that is disabled. Yeah. My bad on that. Yeah. Okay. All right. So okay. Now I'll move on first. All right. There's always an email. My email towards the end that you can drop me a note if you would like to know more. All right. So yeah. So there'll be a first question. Okay. We'll have a few interactivity here. So I think it's about 5. All right. So I would like to request that if you can use your mobile phone or any portable devices, if you go to this website that's shown, www.menti.com, all right, and enter the 8-digit codes, all right, to the question posed. All right, the first question: are you a first timer to CDIO? All right, so if you go to the website, you should be able to see this question. Yeah. Okay, so I think I got one response. Yep. Okay, can you still see the response as well on live now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you so much. You'll be my eyes and ears, yeah? Thank you so much. Dana,
You're
right?
welcome.
Okay, let's just give everybody a few more minutes. All right. Okay, so let's have the blue overtaken the pink, yeah? Oops, that's not the trend I want to see. That's better. Oh no. Is it gonna change? Will it change? Nope. Oops. Oh no. Heading the wrong way. Okay. Come on, the blue one. Push it back. Push it back. Ah. Yes. Oh, I guess that's more or less it. It's probably not going to change very much anymore. All right. So it's about a 50-50 split. All right. So we have quite a number of newcomers. Right. And for the rest who are not so new to CDIO, thank you for staying on to give me the support. All right. So I think we'll move on to the next question then. All right. We'll move on to the next questions, and it's coming right up. Okay. Oops, the slide is not active. Why? Yes. So have you heard about CDIO? For those of you who are new, all right, but you don't know much. Yes, I've attended a CDIO conference before. Okay, first exposure. So quite a number. First exposure. All right. Okay. So there's quite a number who have first exposure to CDIO, right? Quite a number have heard about it from somewhere, and about 1/3 have attended a conference before. All right, that's interesting. Okay, if you see me inadvertently turn my head, right, because I have another laptop that is running. I try to be mindful that I'm looking at this particular screen. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So seems that we have about 1/3 of participants who have attended a CDIO conference before, and the rest is probably heard it from somewhere. All right, and a good 1/4 is attending the CDIO, exposed to CDIO for the very first time. Great. Once again, welcome. I hope that this session will be very useful to you. Okay, so let me just move on to the next one. So, all right. Okay, so what
Sorry, but we can't hear you. Could you please unmute yourself? And your camera, please?
Oh, it has just went off by itself, yeah?
It's
I didn't do
okay.
anything. Okay, I'm sorry about that.
No,
Okay.
it's okay. We can hear you and see you now.
Okay, great. Okay, okay, right. So the objective for today is, all right, I'll share some experiences on why CDIO came about, all right, in particular with regards to education reform. Effectively, it has a relatively short history, right? It's just about 20 years in existence. And we will briefly talk about the framework, how it can be used for curriculum redesign, and hopefully at the outcome of this is that you will find it useful for you to do something about your program. Yeah. All right. Okay, so let's just move on. And now I can't move my slides. I have control. Dana, I can't seem to move my slide. Dana, are you there? Yeah,
Could you please
Dana,
stop sharing and share again?
No, I can do it now. Or you do that for me.
Okay.
Okay, we'll keep it as it is. Yeah. Okay. So just a very short note about challenge of curriculum reform. I guess most of you have heard what Eldred have said earlier. All right, we have really quite literally a lot of problems. Yeah. All right. Even that 20 years ago. All right, it has this problem. Some of this problem has been recognized. I think it's been compounded by arrival of Industry 4.0 and advances in digitalization. All right. Yeah. So one of the main challenge that we face, I think, is that the available curriculum hour has not changed. A typical degree program is 4 years. Right? You have no more than that. Right? So what can you do to pack in more knowledge, more skills and attitude that is required for students to learn better so that they can function and contribute effectively in today's world and to today's economy. All right. So that's how basically the thinking behind CDIO, right, to address this challenge. And by coming up with innovative ways to make double duty of teaching time. So within the same contact hour, how can you make the students learn more effectively? Besides the technical knowledge, technical fundamentals that they need, but at the same time, simultaneously, the skills, which also includes, of course, the attitudes and values. All right. So how do we make changes to our curriculum structure in order to bring about this change? So that is the challenge posed by curriculum reform, and that's what CDIO is striving to achieve. All right. So it's a worldwide initiative. I think I'll just go through it quickly. There are many collaborators around the world who came on board since it was introduced about 20 years back. Right. So I will give here this slide. I'll just give tribute to the 4 founding members of CDIO, which is MIT from United States, and the other 3 universities from Sweden, Chalmers, KTH, and Linköping. All right. So in Asia, all right, we have a sizable collaborators. All right, so there are quite a number here. Quite honestly, I've lost count. All right, it's just that there are many. All right, so you may find some of your institution name there. And for those of you who are not yet collaborator, we hope that this excites you and motivates you to join us as a collaborator as well. All right, yeah. So a little bit more, why is CDIO needed? Right, that's because it's trying to achieve revamp the engineering education primarily because of this disturbing trend that has been observed prior to 2000. Right, there has been decline. All right, in the teaching of personal skills, if whatever that's there to begin with. All right, and more coverage focusing and going ever deeper into the discipline knowledge. So CDIO actually came about to reverse this trend. All right, so that's basically in a nutshell what CDIO is trying to achieve, so that you can learn discipline knowledge simultaneously at the same time as developing skills and knowledge in the production of products, new processes, systems, and even services. All right. Yeah, so it's called CDIO for a very obvious reason. All right, it's based on the notion of what engineers is doing in the real world, and that is to conceive, design, implement, operate a solution to whatever problems that the industry is facing. All right, and we make this a context of engineering education. So it's based on what engineers do. So we train students based on what they will do as engineers when they graduate. All right, so that is the whole idea of a CDIO. All right, so it has been updated recently to include services, which wasn't there when it's first formulated 20 years ago. All right, so I think you may have heard of Helene. CDIO is suitable for engineering programs only. The short answer is no. All right, it has been attracted interest from various other and non-engineering programs as well. Okay. So why do you think universities want to join CDIO? All right, so that will be my next question. And I will make this available very soon. I'm sorry for the delay. All right. Let me just see this, the third one. All right. What do you think the reason? All right, just choose one. All right, whichever that matches closest to your heart. All right, why do you want to choose join CDIO? All right. Okay, this is somewhat like a trick questions. All right. You may feel that all the answers are relevant. All right. So let's just see how your response turns out to be. All right. Okay, so we have 5, 7, 15. All right. Okay. Anybody else goes for the blue one to improve my own teaching? All right. Seems that the numbers that's more or less the numbers that's staying there. All right. So basically, what the results tell me that I think most of you will tend to agree that you want to better prepare graduates for the industry, right? Yeah. So actually, all the answers are valid answers. All right. So in order for you to prepare the graduates for the industry, you really need up-to-date curriculum. Yeah. You really need up to keep your curriculum latest and up to date. All right. So that you can help the students to learn better, so they gain the most relevant knowledge. But in CDIO context, of course, they must develop the right skills and attitude as well. And very important also to improve your own teaching, because you as a teacher, as a lecturer, are the one who will influence, who will motivate the students in their learning. All right. And it helps if we can as a community in the CDIO, we can learn from one another what other institutions are doing as well. So all right, so all the answers are valid answers. They are all interrelated. Okay, so whatever reason that you provide as your main reason, all right, the rest are also equally important motivating factors. All right. Okay, so I'll move on. All right, I hope that is okay. All right. At least now I didn't get cut off. My video is still there. You can still hear my voice, right? Okay. So CDIO education framework, right, is a result of feedback. So the 4 founding institutions get feedback from the industry, graduates, practicing engineers, right? Back then, what is needed? What does the industry needs? All right. So that is the main motivation, and it helps because the accreditation board for engineers and technology also spell out a set of accreditation criteria. So you can also say that CDIO is partly motivated by accreditation, right? In order to get accredited, you have to meet a certain criteria, and this criteria from ABET includes not only knowledge but skills, right, and attitudes as well. And it's also hoped that you can re-inject interest into engineering, right, to address the falling engineering enrollment, because engineering, the way it has been taught previously, and I think the several speakers have alluded to that, right, has been really no longer suitable for today's world, right? Yeah, so this is very common across many countries. So that's basically the appeal of CDIO, right? Yeah, so this is just slides. It just spell out the vision. All right. So what we aim to do to revise and rejuvenate our engineering curriculum through redesigning using the framework, right? Yeah. So the goal is to educate students, right, to prepare graduates who can still have a deep working knowledge of the technical domain, technical fundamentals, right? But they should be capable of understanding customer needs, right, and come up with new products, services, processes, and systems that is required by the industry, by the consumers, right, by the users, right? So, and also importantly, all right, they must also understand the impact of research and technical development is not single-mindedly focused on the profitability of the business, but also the impact on the society and the environment, right? Yep. So now very quickly about SP, we have adopted CDIO back in 2004. All right. So at that time, right, we have this problem of dropping students' interest to enroll in engineering. They are not interested, they are not motivated, and they don't really know what this engineering is all about. So, and they don't really have a good experience in working on designing projects, working on products. All right. So I'm sorry about the distraction. I have a big problem with the other computer. All right. Okay. So we are seeking an engineering transformation. All right, to turn our students who are young graduates who are very motivated, knows what he wants in life. All right. So we term this an engineering innovator with a social cause. So what can they do with the knowledge that they have gained? All right. They should be ready to engineer. They have a good balance of theory and practice. Right. They are innovative. They can come up with the products that the user would desire. They are able to work in a multidisciplinary and even multinational teams. Okay? And they are also a very thoughtful, socially and environmentally responsible person. So that is what we aim. So that motivates us to undertake adoption of CDIO. So over the years, we have come a long way. All right. So we have hosted CDIO conferences before in the past few years. All right. And we aim to host the Asian meeting next year. All right. And just to share a little bit more what we have been doing. All right. Because of the COVID pandemic, we have moved online, like what I'm doing at this moment, right? So we have continued to share our work within the community, and our latest achievements is something I will elaborate a little bit later on, is that we have also developed a series of bite-sized short 5 minutes or less videos explaining what are the CDIO standards and syllabus is, for the benefit of newcomers who wants to know more about CDIO. Right, so this is something that we have just done, and moving forward, we are in the process of making changes to our curriculum, right, for selected diploma that we have piloting, to change them so that they are able to better support sustainable development by making specific references to the 17 UN Sustainable Development Goals. So this is what we are embarking on, when we hope to share this with the community if we are able to host the Asian meeting next year. All right. So what have we done in SP? All right, we have a SP CDIO committee when we first started. All right, to address the challenges of implementing CDIO within our institution. Right, so we have representatives from different schools and the Department of Educational Development, of which Helene is the director. All right, so this is what we have worked out. I want to understand what are the frameworks, how to customize the syllabus for our own needs. All right, how do we go about doing it, right? And how do we train up the rest of our fellow colleagues? How do we know the effectiveness of our implementation, right? And how do we share our resources? So because back then in 2004 to 2008, when we first started, all right, we don't really have a lot of resources to guide us at that time. So we specifically set up a committee to drive the implementation effort. This might be something that if members new to CDIO might want to seriously consider. Yeah. All right. Okay. So let's move on to the next item. All right. We'll just roughly want to have a gauge of what is it that you are trying to achieve, right, with the CDIO. So over here, let me just explain a little bit, because I'm trying to use a word cloud to do this. All right. So I have on the left, you can see the aspect, right? There are 3 aspects that I have come up with, right? Whether you want to impart skills or attitude, to engage students in general, or to design curriculum. And on the right hand side, there are examples of area that you might want to focus on. All right. So what I would suggest you to do, all right, is to enter, if you can, right, into your phone, all right, 3 phrases. You can choose all 3 from one aspect, or you can mix them around. It doesn't really matter. But if any of this does not fit your needs, all right, please feel free to enter your own responses. All right, so this is a word cloud. So how it works is that the more responses that participant enter, the bigger the words will appear. All right, so that's how it is. All right, and all right, so here it is. All right, you can go ahead and try this out. Let's see if it works. Honestly, I've not used this before, so this is also my first time. Right, you are all my guinea pigs. Or testing. Wow. All right, so we have the first entry. All right. Okay. Okay, it's getting very colorful. I'm thankful that it's working. Thank you for your contribution. We survived the test. I survived the test. This is my first time using word cloud. Okay, is there any more? Right. So currently, I think motivation and critical thinking are the two most highly selected ones. Interesting. Right. Okay, so you can see that there are many issues that we want to address. Some of them are probably you shared more thinking, the same thinking about which one is more important to you, right? And there are others who view other aspects as important as well, right? Yeah. So again, is you can see that this is a testament to what Eldred have said earlier. You know, there are many things that we need to teach our students, right? The skills, the attitudes, right? The outlook, the values, and the behaviors, right? So we aim to do this with CDIO. Right? So there are so many things to do that needs to be done. Right? How to do it within a limited curriculum hour? How do you prioritize? So there's basically that would be the kind of details that we will look into when we're trying to implement to adopt CDIO. Right? Yeah. Okay. So that is I guess I will move on in the interest of time. Let me just take a look. It's 5 o'clock. I have 1 hour to go. All right, I try to finish on time. All right. Okay. So let's take a closer look about what CDIO is all about. All right. So CDIO has two major components. All right. It's aimed to answer two big questions. All right. So the first question is, what knowledge, skills, and attitudes should students possess as they graduate from the university? So how do you prepare them with the right knowledge, skills, and attitudes? Right? What should you prepare them? So this is addressed basically by the CDIO syllabus, right, which consists of these elements. Right? It still places a very strong importance of discipline knowledge, right? But it also emphasizes personal and professional skills, interpersonal skills, and the skills in conceiving, designing, implementing, operating a product, a process, service, or system. So that is the what to do, right? And the next question to answer what to do is how to do it. So how can we do better at ensuring students learn these skills, right? Meaning the knowledge, skills, and attitudes, values, and all. All right, so this is addressed by means of standards. All right, so the standards address the whole full spectrum of teaching and learning. So I will just we will just quick look at them, the standards later on. All right, so first one, let's just very quickly understand the syllabus, right? How to use it, because there is a certain way that is organized that right, for beginners, yeah, right, it's important that you know how to interpret this. All right, so let's take a look at the standards. Okay, and this syllabus. All right, and which is worth noting that this, based on the first earlier version that the CDIO's first syllabus first came out, all right, is developed with input from the academia and the industry. So you may be able to recognize some of the big names here, all right. So yes, you can recognize the Motorola logo. You have Siemens, Brown, all right. MIT, of course, is there. Consultants like McKinsey, all right. Another big player like Boeing, all right. So the industry do provide the input to the development of the syllabus. So what do they want to see in their employees, right? In their engineers, all right. So as I mentioned earlier, all right, the CDIO syllabus is strongly mapped to the ABET requirements, which is did the accreditation for engineering programs. Yeah, so this is a very high level mapping showing the correlations between what's discovered in the CDIO syllabus and what is required by ABET. Right? Yeah. So there have been other similar alignment that has been demonstrated by various collaborators around the world. So for example, the CDIO is very big in the European Union. So this has been mapped to the European Network for Accreditation of Engineering Education. Right? In Japan, right, it has been mapped to Japanese standards. Right? Canada, Australia, and other countries as well. All right. So it just shows that the worldwide applicability of the CDIO framework, in particular the syllabus, to the training of engineers. All right. Yeah. So the CDIO syllabus, all right, as I mentioned earlier, it covers technical knowledge, personal and professional skills, interpersonal skills, and skills in conceive, design, implement, operating product. So that is at the highest level of the syllabus. Is the topics within the syllabus are organized under these four parts. These four parts, and within each part, they are further divided to provide greater details. For example, interpersonal skills. Right? I choose the simplest one: teamwork and communication. Right? So the syllabus provided greater understanding. What do you mean by teamwork? What do you mean by communication? So what is the type of proficiency must students develop if they is to be proficient in oral communication? Right? So what makes good teamwork? So what should you teach students when you want to inculcate teamwork among the students? So the CDIO syllabus provide that kind of level of detail. Right? So this is how it looks like if you go to the CDIO website. All right, part 1, part 2, 3, and 4. So there is a certain jargon in CDIO, all right. Part 1, part 2, 3, and 4, that is considered as level 1, all right, or just 1x, all right. Within each level 1, each level, all right, is further divided. For example, 1.1, 1.2, 1.3, 2.1, 2.2, 2.3, that is level 2. That is x.x, 2 x's. Right. So here you can see that, all right, already at level 2 you get more details about what level 1 means. Right. And along that argument, if you go down deeper, all right, go to level 3. All right. If you go to level 3, you will find even more elaboration of what level 2 means. All right. And the lowest level that you have, all right, is no longer marked with X. All right, that's level 4. They are just there's a short descriptor to provide a description of what level 3 actually means. All right, so it elaborates on level 3, and by means of level 4, that gives you a short description of what level 3 is all about. So it provides you the clarity of what you need to include in your teaching and how you design your learning activity. Right? Okay, so you can customize your syllabus at level 3 to meet your institution needs, but you are not supposed to make changes to level 1 and 2. Right? That is controlled at the council level. Right? You can customize at level 3. Right? So this is just an example of what SP has done in our own customization. Right? Yeah. So moving on. All right. So let's quickly take a look now. All right. The next half of the big question on how do you redesign your curriculum? right? And this is where we take reference to the standards, right? So let's take a quick look. There are now 12 core standards in CDIO, right? And we have 4 other optional standards, which I will not cover here, right? So broadly, this is how the standards are organized. As I mentioned earlier, it covers all aspects of teaching and learning. So this is what we have in the standards. These are all the core standards. Okay, so I will briefly go through each of these standards in the next few slides. Okay, yeah. So basically, the standards, if you go to the CDIO website, all right, it follows us. It gives you more information about each standards. I will go through them very briefly later on, but it's important to understand the format of each standards. Yeah. So this is how it works. So this is again taken from the website of CDIO website itself. All right. So with reference to standard 1 as an example, all right, this is what you have. All right, you have a 1-sentence description explanation of the standards in bold color. So it explains what standard 1, the context, is all about. This is followed by a more detailed description, 1 or more paragraphs, right, explaining what the standards actually means. Okay, and next, it provides information, a rationale explanation of why do we need these standards. Okay, why do we need these standards? And the last item, right, is the rubric for self-assessment. So the standards is meant, right, is intended to guide you in redesigning your curriculum. So how well, at what level of progression have you made in terms of your curriculum redesign is guided. You can take reference to the rubrics, right? So there will be one such description for each standards, all right, there, and it accompanying one set of rubrics, right? So that's what it is, right? Okay, so moving on, all right. So how do you make use of these standards and the syllabus? So these are the 3 guiding questions in CDIO, all right. So the first one is the need. What is the professional role and practical context of the profession? In other words, you need to know what exactly is your students, your graduates do when they join the industry. Okay, so what is their role as an engineer? What does engineer do in company X, right? And what is the practical context? What is the day-to-day thing that they need to do? What are projects that they work on? So that once we define the needs, right, that would drive the learning outcome. So what knowledge, skills, and attitudes the students, right, and even adult learners, yeah, will need to have. And very importantly, the second part of the bullet number 2, it says at what level of proficiency. So this is very important because if you adapt the CDIO syllabus to your program, it depends on at what level of qualifications you are awarding your students. All right, whether it's a diploma or is it a degree or is it a master's program. All right, so the proficiency level obviously higher the more in depth that you study. So it's to make sure that we design the learning task, we pack it at the right level, right? We don't underteach, we don't overteach, right? To make optimum use of available curriculum hour. So next question is a follow-up. It's naturally follows from there. Is that what can you do? How can we redesign our curriculum, the workspace, and these are what the rest, most of the standards is all about. Right? Yeah. So very quickly, I'll just repeat what I've just said. Some of the things that I said earlier. The context will drive the learning outcome. Right. So we must know what the graduates will do as an engineer in this particular industry. So with the outcome and together with the syllabus, right, we design our curriculum. Right, the teaching and learning. Right, and of course, it comes with it is the assessment. So that is the numbers refers to the standards. Yeah. All right. The numbers refers to the standards. So very importantly, right at the beginning, once we establish the context, the outcome, and we know what we need to do. But in order to do it, we need the lecturers to do it. We need to involve the teachers, right, the faculty. So this drives how we prepare our staff to teach. Right, to deliver the redesigned curriculum. So enhancement of faculty teaching competence and faculty competence. So this is a broad picture. So now let's zoom into, all right, the teaching and learning curriculum aspect. All right. Yeah, or before that, my bad. All right, let's take a quickly look at the standards. All right. So basically, this is what the standard is: set the context for the students, for the faculty to design their curriculum, to take the students through the process of what engineers will do in the real world, to conceive, design, implement, operate a product, service, systems, or processes. Right. So that's the standard. So it provides the learning context. So it makes and try to make engineering more interesting and challenging, but interesting for students to learn. Right? They can actually get their hands dirty, come up with a product, and in this case, right, if we are focusing on product that benefits the community, they get to, actually try it out and actually let the end user try out their own their design, right? So that is a form of very strong motivation for students to learn engineering, right? So the context of learning, right? It helps to retain the skills, right, and help to connect concepts together, communicate to students. Very importantly, why are they doing all this, so that it's clear in their mind, right? So that it retains them in their study of engineering. So standard 2 is quite straightforward. It's the outcome, right? It's closely related to the syllabus. So we just need to know what level of proficiency, and then we draw from the syllabus the appropriate outcomes, and we use this to guide our curriculum design. Yeah. Okay. So outcome. Just now I mentioned the progressive, the appropriate level of competency. All right. This has to be developed progressively, because one doesn't get competent just overnight by attending one lecture or even one semester of lectures. All right, it has to be developed progressively over the duration of the studies. So, like for example, communication. All right. So first of all, the student must appreciate the importance of clear communication. Why is it important that the receiving end understood, the listener understood what you mean, right? So be aware of the purpose, audience, and the context of communication. Are you communicating to persuade, all right, to convince somebody, or to seek cooperation, or to change their mind, all right? So what is the purpose, all right? So you can give them more practice to develop this competency by practicing in different contexts, right? And of course, you want to know that they have developed the competency, right? And you want to do some assessment based on their ability to communicate effectively. Right, so that's what it means by progressive development of competency. So the syllabus, right? Your syllabus needs to be validated by the stakeholders. Right, so you engage your stakeholder to understand, let them see this is what you intend to do. Is this what they want? So that's a validation, and you can go through this in a few means. Yeah, and this is just an example of a validation done by MIT previously. Right. And standard 11, talk about assessment. All right. So here we are basically talking about evidence-based assessment. How do we know that the students have learned what we want them to learn? What evidence do you have? All right. And in CDIO, we also strive to have a good balance between summative and formative assessment. Right. Formative assessment help them to improve. Right. And a summative assessment essentially because we have to give them a grade at the end of their study. Right. So okay, so we have different rubrics that we can use to high assessment, and we make this share this with students so that they are clear, right? And this is standards 9 and 10 on enhancing faculty competence. Studies have shown that, all right, besides students themselves, the teachers plays the most important factor in motivating them to learn, right? So that's why we are very important here, right? So in SP, we have developed our own internal resources. Of course, this is within our intranet, right? So that the lecturer can access and understand more about CDIO if they want to, especially for new lecturers, right? So in teaching and learning, right? So integrated curriculum, all right? So we have one standards for introduction to engineering to tell newcomers so that they understand more about the discipline, so they know that what is it that they are signing up for. Right? We have design implement experiences, which are mostly project related work based on project learning, right? And we have integrated learning experiences, different type of hands-on laboratory experiments, assignments, right? That the students that engage the students in their learning besides just doing projects, right? So all this we have to be delivered in an active learning manner, right? And it has to be supported by engineering learning workspaces, which can be in campus, but it can also be extended beyond campus in the company premises, like for example, during internship, right? Yeah, so standard 4 for introduction to engineering is just to expose the students to the particular field that they sign up for, right? So integrated curriculum is one of probably the most important aspect of CDIO. How do you integrate? How do you design it in such a way that students learn domain knowledge and acquire the right skills and also develop the right attitude, right? So that is the integrated curriculum. So there's something that you need to do. All right, this is a major exercise. You got to analyze your curriculum to see what is currently covered and what are missing as articulated as informed by your stakeholders. All right, and so you do the validation, you will get the feedback. And skill mapping is how you design your curriculum so that the necessary skill that is missing or needs to be further enhanced can be progressively developed as you move along from year 1 to year 2 to year 3 to year 4 in a typical 4-year degree program. Yeah, so that's the meaning of this. All right. So an example of a curriculum map, all right, showing 3 skills: communication, teamwork, and thinking. All right, this will be unique to each program. Yeah, how do you intend to develop this? All right. So this is a major exercise that a program will have to go through in part of the redesign effort. All right. This is almost like a blueprint, right, for your new curriculum. All right. So basically, this is just a pictorial form to summarize. If you have incoming students, all right, so how do you sequence your module so that they graduate, successfully graduate as a very thoughtful and professional employee? Yeah. All right, so you can go through a project-based learning using different combinations of CDIO in the different project-related work. All right, and these are the integrated learning experiences through the laboratory, experimentation, learning journey, assignment, case studies, or whatever that you have designed for your students. Yeah. Yeah, so standard 5 is basically more like project-based learning type of thing, right? So you may have several courses that is stringed together to form a project spine based on a certain theme. Yeah, like for example, sustainable development. So your project work is focusing on sustainable development all the way through, right? So different combinations of project can be C, D, and I, right? It can be C, D, I, and O. It can be just C and D or I and O, depends on their level of study. Like for example, in the first year, right, it's probably just I and O will be good enough as a starter so that they understand and get their hands dirty, all right? And you can top it up with C and D later on. So there's no one way to do this, all right? Okay, so integrate learning experiences I've mentioned before. These are just some of the examples, all right? So you can include them. And active learning, the most in thing now is of course a flipped classroom, all right? So this is something that is proven that SP has used a fair bit, and we know that it has improved the students' engagement based on our evaluation of the student experiences. All right, workspace. All right, so this is your workspace, engineering workspaces where the students not only come to do their work, all right, but they also ideally will also provide some form of socialization space for them, because that's how students can learn also to socializing with their peers. Yeah. All right, so there are some of these facilities within SP. All right, so okay, just to share some of them here, we have quite state-of-the-art facilities as well. All right, we also have like what you see on the top there. This is one I like, Cybersecurity Academy. All right, the red team and the blue team. One plays the hacker, the other one plays the defender. All right, and they one try to hack, the other one try to protect the system, the infrastructure. Of course, not linked to the real one. All right, so yeah, so at the end, all right, having a look at the whole standards, there's just one more item that we need to do, and that is the program evaluation. So it guides us in terms of assessing how well did we go about doing the redesign effort. So that is the program evaluation. All right. So it's based on the rubrics, as I've mentioned earlier. So there will be one rubric for each standards. All right. So this is how you can go about doing this. All right. So we have standard forms for you to fill up. Right, to help you doing the self-evaluation. It's a self-evaluation process, so you just do it, and you are your own judge. So just be honest with yourself, all right, and give an honest assessment of what you have done. All right. So this is what I also want to share that. All right. What we have done. All right. We can incorporate CDIO into institutional quality framework like ISO 9000. So we do a high-level program self-evaluation. All right, that can be done by the management, the program management team. All right, and because each program is made up of individual modules, or you may call it courses in your program. We call them modules. All right, so a 4-year bachelor degree may have 40 courses or 40 modules. Yeah, all right. So a program is a collection of individual courses or modules. So whatever you want to impact the change at the program level has to be executed at the module level. So it get cascaded downwards, right? So in our context, right, there will be a module team in charge of each module, and at the end of each semester, they must prepare a module review report. And this will be submitted online by the coordinator, and the report will get aggregated into a course review or the program at the program level. So at the program, you go down to the individual courses or modules, and from the modules, you go back up to the program level. Yeah. Right. So that is how it's been done. Right. So that is part of the evaluation process. Right. So down at the module or the course level, that is where we identify what are the changes that needs to be done. Right. So we can come up with action plan to execute it, and it will be carried out by the teaching team. Right. So a bit more about implementing the SP. So we take the CDIO framework, we enhance it by adding other elements into it because our focus is really on innovation in teaching and learning. So CDIO provided us a good start on that. So what have we done is that we have added in design thinking, right? We have set up a space for staff and students alike to tinker with their ideas. So that's called a maker space. All right. So we have set up a Fab Lab, right, which is a network of similar labs all around the world. And we have this Learning Express is for the students to go overseas. All right. We partner with our CDIO community members. All right. We identify villages whereby the students can go there and stay for up to 2 weeks. All right. Understand the challenges faced by the villagers, and use CDIO to come up with a potential solution. Right. So over the years, we have introduced new initiatives, right, to promote intrinsic motivation, to promote growth mindset among our students, to believe that they can do it. Right. They have the capability to do it. And one of our goals at this moment is, of course, to our students to be a self-directed learner. Okay, we can't possibly teach them everything. So how do they learn on their own, right, when they step out and they graduate from our institution? Okay, so this is what I intend to do. So this is just some pictures of makerspace. All right, it's just to stimulate the creativity in everybody. All right, so you can just go there with an idea, all right, and there'll be stuff on hand to help you to translate some of your idea, teach you some of the skills to use 3D printer, for example. All right, okay, so design thinking process, as I mentioned, this is an example. The students stays with the villagers, talk to the villagers, understand their needs, come up with concepts, and come up with new ideas, brainstorming, develop prototypes, right, to address their needs. So this is usually done in conjunction with the local students as well, right? Yeah, so this is achieved through The Learning Express is achieved through our international arm, the Singapore Polytechnic International, right? Yeah, so these are just some examples. I think in the interest of time, I will not be able to elaborate much, but it's really, the emphasis is on try to make as much use as possible of local resources, try to recycle as much as possible, and try not to use too complicated technologies. Right, so that the villagers, when you leave, right, the villagers have a means to continue to carry on working on the projects or using the projects, and should it broke down, they know what to do with it, right? And rather than just will be at a loss because it's too complicated to repair, right? Yeah. So this is a picture of a fab lab. So this is what you will see, right? The students can have more serious tinkering now. So makerspace is for to get the excitement going. But if you really want to make something, all right, you have to go to the fab lab. Right, so this is typically what you are seeing here is there's this solar car, right? Because we are taking part in this competition, right? Solar car competition. Okay, now a bit on self-directed learning. Right, this is a model produced by the Department of Educational Development, right, Helene's department, to guide every lecturer, right, to design, to use this, right, using the CDIO approach. How do we design students to be self-directed learner? Right, we focus on two aspects: the skill sets and the mindset. Right, the mindset is the intrinsic motivation, the growth mindset, right, complemented by the belief, right, the intrinsic motivation. And the skill sets, they have to know how do they plan their studies, how do they manage their own learning, how to start to review, are they on the right track, have they reached their learning goal, right? And how do they extend their learning from one context to a different context? How do they use the same skill sets, right? Change from one context to another context. So that is our model of self-directed learning, right? So over the years, right, these are some of the things that we have introduced into our curriculum, right, alongside with the technical knowledge. So you have the familiar communication, critical thinking, problem solving, right? You may see something that is not so familiar, like ethical reasoning, empathy, right? Multiple perspectives. So these are all the skills that the students will need, and they has been built into the curriculum using CDIO, right? And more recently, of course, work in progress, right? There are many other things that we want to do. Self-directed learning, as covered earlier, digital fluency, systems thinking, right? Sustainability mindset. These are all the other things that now we are trying to develop in our students to address the challenge of that's currently the world is facing. Yeah. All right. So education for sustainable development is one of the key focus area. Right. So this is what we intend to do by having every diploma. That's our end goal, right? We'll teach the students some skill sets so that they can use their domain knowledge not only for the employment in their workplace, but they can also use this to do good by addressing specific sustainable development goals, right? There were 17 to choose from, so that's quite a lot, right? So in summary, I will just coming towards the end here, all right? So what we strive to do with CDIO is that to provide them, right, with a deeper understanding of the fundamentals, right, so that they remain motivated, right? They remain motivated, they can carry on learning beyond our campus, right? By having good thinking, right? Good thinking about what they have been learning, they are able to integrate knowledge, what they have learned before, with what they will, what else do they need to know, right? They can integrate that kind of knowledge, they can apply it to whatever problem that face them, right? And we all do all this with using the CDIO, so that with CDIO onwards, we are engaging our students in a very active manner. No longer are our students passive, sitting in the chair, right, copying down notes, right? They have to do a lot of thinking. They have to take part in the class discussion, right? They will be challenged to to share their ideas. So that is the kind of positive learning experiences that we're trying to impart to our students. Okay, yeah. So so basically we want to prepare our students for life, for work, and they are ready for the world. It's a VUCA world, right? So it's a very challenging world. So how do we prepare our students within the time frame that we have, right? But with more things to know, to learn, right? So I would like to now, all right, just mention something. I'm going to close the covering on the CDIO already. So, but just some last word. I've covered quite a fair bit. All right, it all centered around two major components: the standards and the syllabus. All right, so the syllabus, right, have a series of basically you can take reference from the syllabus to look at what is it that the industry wants for that particular profession and at what level of proficiency. Right? So that is what the syllabus is useful for you. You don't have to use everything in the syllabus. Just pick those are relevant to you. It's comprehensive. It covers almost everything. And you may have heard of Elder, we are also updating the syllabus. All right. So in light of new digitalization and other changes around the world. So take reference from the syllabus to decide what are the things that you want to prepare your students for, and then use the standards to guide the redesign process. There are 12 core standards, and I'll just briefly go through very briefly what are the 12 core standards, and more importantly, I emphasize the relationship between all those standards. Right? Often they are used in conjunction, concurrently together, right? They are all interrelated, right? But having said all that, all right, and I have to emphasize that CDIO is a reference model, right? It is for you to adapt and adopt and adapt it into your own program. Okay, so it's not a one size fit all. It's not a cookie cutter, right? So everything has to be translated and transformed to fit the context and the constraint and the conditions of each course or each program that you're handling, right? So even within the same program, let's say mechanical engineering in Singapore and in let's say in Kuwait, for example, the technical content may be the same, but the context, the constraint might be different. All right, the conditions, the workspace may be different. Right, your temperature is probably hotter, all right, and drier as well compared to Singapore, which is super humid. Right, so that would affect how you design, although the fundamentals of mechanical engineering remains the same. Right, so how do we therefore prepare our students for this type of learning environment? So so it's not a cookie cutter. You can take a reference from a similar programs, but eventually it has to be something that works for you, right? So view it as a toolbox for how you are going to redesign your process, right? If you need to secure something, you need to use a hammer to nail it down, right? If you need to tighten something, you need a plier or some a spanner or something else, right? So use the right tool for the right task. All right. So that's an analogy here. All right. So CDIO being designed to help programs comply with accreditation requirements. Okay. So it has it doesn't have its own enforcement for compliance. All right. There is no such authority from CDIO Council that says that we will accredited you, all right, for compliance with CDIO. No, CDIO is to help you to achieve accreditation with your own accreditation body, professional body, all right. But CDIO is there to help you to do this, all right. So therefore, local ownership and commitment is the key to successful implementation. You are your own judge, right? You adopt it. You use it to implement it. You evaluate honestly how well you do it. All right. There's nobody else who come here and pass a judgment on you. So you take ownership of it and you're committed to it, and you improve from there. Right. So it's very important to do a very honest evaluation. All right. So that is basically that is what CDIO is about. All right. So in a nutshell, so let's just all right, and just highlight, provide a few reminders. All right, context is the king. All right. So the students must see meaning in what they are learning. So provide them with the learning based on the field that they are signed up for, so that they know, okay, right, I know why I have to learn this, because when I graduated, all right, I need this in order to do my job well. Okay, right. So this is just to emphasize that a little bit more. All right. So all right. So just look at the importance of the context, huh? Right. So really, the last word now. Right. I'm really mindful of the time. I'm really trying to provide some time for question and answer. All right. Do not force feed. All right. So do not force feed means, all right, if certain thing doesn't work for you, all right, don't feed it in. Okay, take what you need. So if in particular, if you look at the CDIO standard, there are so many things that doesn't mean that you have to use everything. All right, and it's good to start small. All right, don't try to address too many skill set at the same time. Okay, start with the low hanging fruit that is important regardless of which profession, like teamwork, communication, thinking. These three you can't go wrong. All right. So how do you better prepare your students to be good thinker, critical thinker, right? Good communicator, excellent team worker? All right. So we start with that. Right, and let's not worry too much about the rest first. If it's too intimidating or to start, right? Just don't tackle too many things at the same time, right? Yeah. So at this point, I think I have a few more input that I require from you. All right. You've been hearing me talking for, I think, far too long. All right. So just allow me to quickly call up the next question. All right. I hope you are still okay. You still have your Menti.com with you. All right. So there are four items here. All right. Do you think you can use CDIO to address the teaching and learning issues that you identified earlier? All right. So they are all important issues. So you just indicate, all right, on your phone, right, whether you strongly agree or to strongly disagree, yeah, for each of the four, and this is how it will look like. All right. You can see that the response will change in real time, and the number in the circle will shows you the averages. All right. Right. Okay, so do you think that CDIO is useful for you, all right, to engage the students, to provide a method, all right, an approach that is useful for you to engage your students, is able to integrate the skills and help you keep your program up to date? All right, almost everybody strongly agree, yeah? Oops, I think I spoke too soon. Start to drop already. Okay, I think it's more or less thereabout. Okay, so thank you for your contribution. All right, and this is also me trying to use more technology in my teaching and learning. Yeah, all right. Okay, so we're there about we have there about there. All right. Okay, so all right, let me move on. We are coming towards the end already. All right, so right. Okay, so just a bit of for some thinking, for our reflection, for you to take away. Right, having attended this very short session, right? And how would you explain the goal and vision of CDIO to a colleague who is not here today? I mean, there's no need to answer now, right? Just for you to reflect back. So what is it CDIO is all about? So what curriculum redesign challenge that you are trying to solve, all right? So to what extent can the content and structure of the CDIO syllabus be adapted to your program? What's the best way of engaging your program stakeholders in determining appropriate objectives and outcome? All right. What aspect of curriculum redesign would you like to embark on, and what are the applicable CDIO standards? So there are some of them may be more doable, or some of them may need more effort to coordinate, to study, to investigate. Yeah. So these are some of the things. No doubt there may be more. All right. That you can come up with, but this are just meant to get you to start thinking about it. What can you do with CDIO to your program, and how you're going to start, right? Yeah. So okay. So with that, all right. I will just quickly share how we can do to help. Of course, there are other members of the communities also are very happy to help. Right. So since I'm from Singapore Polytechnic, I'll just share with you what we can do. Right. So over the years, of course, we have a series of workshops already that we have prepared. All right. Some of them are more generic to teaching and learning. All right. But there are the specific CDIO ones. For example, how to design integrated curriculum, designing integrated learning experiences. Right. How to use flipped classroom in the evidence-based teaching. How do you do active learning, design thinking? This is more generic. Right? This is something that we add on to CDIO. It wasn't part of CDIO to be initially. Right? Reflective practice is something that we are embarking on, right, to help all our lecturers to become more effective teachers. Right? Self-evaluation using CDIO standards, that is decidedly very CDIO. Right? So these are some of the things that that we have done, right, and we are continuing to do, right? And as I mentioned just now, right, this is the bite-sized videos that we have created, right? So it basically covers the what, why, and how of CDIO. It's just a bit of elaboration of what I've talked about today, right? The other videos talk about the core standards, and there's one specific video devoted to CDIO syllabus, right? So these are all the different videos that I've created. Okay, so we are in the process of trying to prepare a platform, all right, to host all these videos. So at this moment, all right, it is this is a temporary fix. All right, this is my temporary fix. So it's meant to tide things over should somebody need this urgently while we are trying to set up our CDIO portal, so to speak. And that one, it takes a longer time because we have to go through a lot of administrative and financials and campus IT security and stuff like that, right? So this is a interim short-term period. I've created a temporary website. You can go there to look at it. All right. Unfortunately, the software that I've used, all right, requires me to specify a price. I have to charge you. Right. So my workaround is that I specify €1 as the cost, and I will give you a coupon, a free a coupon where you enter the word free. All right. I hope that is that obvious. All right, and you will be able to access the content. Right. It does require you to register so that I know who you are and which institution you are from. All right, so that is my only requirement. All right, so we are very happy to share this with you, but we need to know who you are. All right, so this is the interim period. So I hope if you find this useful and you like to know more, all right, these are some of the webinars that we can offer. And in terms of CDIO, they are between 45 to 60 minutes with inclusive of Q&A. Right, we have a longer duration workshop, 1 to 2 days or even 3 days. Right, and of course we have even longer workshops, but that one has to be done in face-to-face. These are all online. Right, these are online. Okay, so if you are interested in some of these workshops, and they are listed in this website earlier, in this site earlier, So you can get in touch with me, all right, by completing a Google form. All right, there's a Google form for you to fill in that you can get in touch. You can get in touch with me, right? Which particular aspects that they are of interest to you. All right. So that is how we can help newcomers. And that's just to end off the session. All right. So this is really the last word, and the famous last word is over. I think it's no more, but there is something. Actually, there's something. Okay, this is what it is. Okay, right. This is what I like. A phrase from Martin Luther King Jr. You don't have to see the whole staircase. Just take the first step. Right, CDIO is very comprehensive. Right, it may look scary to if you want to begin tackling everything. Curriculum redesign is challenging. There are many things to address. So start small, start slowly. All right, you don't have to wait to see the whole staircase. You know, have faith. Take a leap of faith, do it, and there is a whole lot of large number of community members here to support. All right, we are more than happy to share that. All right, yeah. So with that, all right. So I think I will end my presentation. Hopefully, there are time for some Q&A. Right. Okay. So thank you very much for your attention. All right. Thank you. All right, Dana, over to you. I hope we have some time. Dana?
Yes.
Yes, okay. Can we have some, do we have time for question and answer? I know it's kind of late in the...
Yes, of course we do. Thank you, Mr. Sin Mo, for this interactive workshop and for respecting the allocated time. Also, I would like to thank Ms. Helen Leong for being with us. Mr. Sinmo, if you would like, you may share the presentation with us and we will share it with the registered attendees.
Oh, yes, of course. I will email this. I will email this to you. All right.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
The floor is now open for questions. I remind you, dearest attendees, to use the hand raise feature to express your intention to ask your questions, and you will then be given the permission to use your microphone and camera.
Hi, Helene. I'll let you answer question, Ken.
Thanks for doing all the hard work.
Professor Assam, the floor is now yours to ask your questions.
Thank you, Professor, for this very detailed presentation about the different aspects of the CDIO. There is one component which is the outcome of the CDIO. Related to the outcome, you know, you have been implementing this, this procedure or this approach for engineering education, and you already graduated a good number of students in the different disciplines within the School of Engineering. Have you done any surveys, you know, with those students about their position, in fact, within the industry after them being educated within this system, compared to other, you know, because I'm pretty sure also there are some other institutions, might be, if not in the country, in the region, they are not adopting the CDIO. So how it compares when we talk about the outcomes, because at the end of the day, we have to compare apples with apples. Yeah, the graduate from the CDIO and the graduates, you know, because they at the end, they will get the same degrees and the same set of certifications to join the industry or the governmental institutions or whatsoever, or research centers, or you name it, or become self-employed. So because we have 3 or 4 different types of you know, areas where the graduates, they can work. So how it compares, you know, the graduates of the CDIO-based education compared to other types of education? If this is the right question.
I'm not sure how. Okay, do you want to take a stab at this?
Okay. Okay. So Singapore, there are a few ways I can answer your question, and thank you very much for your question. One of which is that our graduates are definitely much more wanted, I would say, and in both at the universities as well as in industry. So that's one question. So, you know, Singapore Polytechnic graduates are definitely seen as good graduates and wanted, okay? So that's one answer, and I think I can say that that should be, that most of our students do get good jobs after that. But another answer also is looking at it from a perspective of economy. And our economy in Singapore actually is also, I would say, full employment. Okay, so yeah, so if you look at that as well, so both, you know, we do have very good graduates who do become leaders in the industry, and also our graduates do get employed because in Singapore, previously before the COVID, it's really a full employment of economy here. So and that then cuts across in Singapore. So a few ways of answering that.
Yeah, why I'm raising this question. It is worth it. It is worth it after this type of experience to conduct some kind of a survey with your graduates.
Yes.
So
yes.
if there is an issue, it needs to be, you know,
yes.
I don't want to say added, to be replaced, to be modified,
yes.
To be eliminated.
Yes.
From this, you know, venture,
yes.
from this. So it's worth it.
Yes.
You have a good number. You have a good number of graduates, and
yes.
already you have links with your alumni. Pretty sure that you have strong links with your alumni. So it is worth it, so that that can complete the cycle.
Yes. So yes, so we do our graduate surveys and so forth. And I think our graduates, remember, Simo, you have done something like that. Yes, our graduates do say that at the workplace, you know, all this which they have learned through their courses and so forth does help them. Simo, I think there was yes, you've done. You might want to add to that. Yeah.
Yeah, I think we have did the survey of our students, but I think the more specifically, Prof, to your question is that of comparing apple to apple. I guess the challenge that we face is that I mean that one I mean that we did not compare, right, directly. All right, I was, for example, my chemical engineering students with chemical engineering students from the other institution that provides a supposedly similar training, right? And I guess this one is not done. So what we do obtain are anecdotal feedback from the employers, and usually they will spoke to me more or less like off the record kind of thing. Because they don't want to be held accountable for saying it officially. Oh, I prefer. All right, I would like your students much better than so and so. The students, they were off the record. They will say that, you know, can we have more of your students for our internships and that kind of thing. So I think this is a form of validation that we can have, and on our hand, I guess we are also were a bit hesitant to carry out the survey of this nature, right? And because we also respect the company's their own hesitancy hesitant on their part. So it's like, you know, we also don't want to put them into a very difficult position. To put it down on record. So I mean, it's a dilemma. So we can only take comfort in the sense that okay, yeah, I know this guy, this company from this so and so. I believe he will be saying this to me from the bottom of his heart, and he's not saying the same thing to another representative from another institution that he met, you know. Yeah, so I think this is something that I think is the, if we have a better way to find out, I think we have. And I think Helene also mentioned that the employment survey, all right, this is being done by it's commissioned by the government with the ministry, and they get an external consultant. So they do a common survey for all students. So we cannot we have no influence over what our
sure.
own specific questions.
Yeah, as a follow-up to this question, in fact, I think about the group of students who would like to pursue their graduate studies. To which extent that they are well prepared for that?
Our students, I think, is by and large is still the well, in a way, I think the industry is also quite upset with us because because we train them so well, and many of them pursue further studies and they are not joining the workforce.
I see. Okay.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
I have a bit of the dilemma there. You know, the tension is always there every year.
Yes.
Right? They say, where are your students? We want your students. Right?
Mhm.
Why are they not joining us? Well, I have to take from elsewhere, you know. So I was like, okay.
Yeah. So I would say that Singapore's our context is different from most contexts, and many of, in fact, our male students do go on to do national service, which is 2 years in the army. So yeah, so these are all the different type of. It's a different context, I think, from many other countries. I would say, yeah.
Good. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you for your question.
Very, very difficult question. Okay, very difficult question to answer.
Thank you, Professor Assam. We will be taking one more question. So, Mr. Abdul Mazid, the floor is now yours to ask your question.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dana. Okay, hi, Professor Helen Leong and Sinmao Chi. I'm Abdul Mazid from Central Queensland University, Australia. That's an interesting, very interesting and very long discussion actually, because that's a good understanding actually I got. Thank you very much for that. But I got just simple questions like is it possible to develop basic science and mathematics knowledge using CDIO? And the second question, I got two questions. The second one is that how does assessment happens? Thank you very much.
Okay, I'll take the assessment one because I think yeah. So you're talking about how do we assessing the skills? Am I correct? Just to be sure. Professor, you're asking us about assessing the skill part, right? Yeah.
Yeah, that's correct. How assessment happens.
All right. Okay, so first of all, I think we prepare a very comprehensive set of rubrics. So the students have a certain we communicate to the students our expectation. All right. So what are we looking for? So we explicitly teach. Let's just, I think I'll just use an example of thinking. I think that's a very important one for any discipline. Yeah. So I explicitly teach my students, so what constitutes good thinking? What are the different thinking strategies? What are the thinking heuristics, I will call it? All right, so these are taught explicitly to our students. We use a model of thinking to reflect that. So when we design learning activities for the students, right? So at the beginning, let's say they are in the first year. So the model, the thinking model, will appear as a hint to them to use the thinking, right? So the question, of course, we can curate the question, customize the question to test a specific thinking strategy. Like for example, the simplest one is compare and contrast. Right, so from there, by looking at and we contextualize this, of course, to the field that the students are studying, right, to the domain knowledge. So when the students provide the answer, right, so already on the spot we can already make a judgment call already. We are very informed by the way the students answer. So are they thinking correctly? Are they comprehensive enough in their thinking? Right, so we do that, and very often we did this in a very formative manner, so that we are not really penalizing them at too much at the beginning, but eventually at the end, all right, we do give them marks, award them marks for presentation, for report writing, for teamwork based on what we observe. right? How they work together in the team. We also carry out teamwork evaluation, all right, using the online system where the student do a self assessment and also a peer assessment of teamwork. So these are the ways that we do both formatively and summatively, right? Yeah, and the summative one is anonymous. Through the teamwork, the team members, when they read each other, they will get a score that reflects how, right, on a certain dimensions of teamwork that we communicate to the students, and they have a copy of this when they are doing the evaluation of their peers, of their members. Yeah, I hope that sort of address this question, your question.
Yeah,
So
thank you.
maybe
Thank you.
maybe add on one more.
Yeah.
For our final year project, we do use the in engineering. We do use the CDIO framework to assess the students. And also then, so the rubric has C, D, I, and O, and each one is given a certain percentage. And also then the skill sets like teamwork and communication and so forth that we want to assess. So this becomes the rubric that is used to assess our final year project in, I think, our engineering programs. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, so we have designed something very interesting because we note that different final year projects may have different percentage of emphasis on conceive or design or implement, depending on the projects that the students do. Yeah, so each component has a range, but altogether it adds up to 100%. So this has been used for many, many years when we did our CDIO and implemented it, and I think it has, been something that our faculty found useful, and they have been using it since then. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
The STEM one, I didn't.
Sorry, again.
Can you?
Sorry.
The other question about the science education one.
Yes. So our we do have a science and math department, and I would say that I don't think they are fundamental subjects. And interestingly, our maths, I don't think they use CDIO, but we do have something called, the program is called Learning Ant. And really it is a system that does personalized learning. The whole program pushes to students will do an initial test based on certain basic questions, and that sort of puts them at a certain level. And then the system itself will push them questions which they answer, and they can progress from one level to the next level, really at their own pace and at their own ability. And if they are having difficulty at a certain level, it flags out at the lecturer's dashboard, and the lecturers will know, I need to go and help the student with that topic, and maybe point, and even the system may automatically point the student to a even more fundamental topic that they need to know so that they can progress in this particular maths topic, to the next level. So we have a system that is really personalizing the learning for our students. And it's now we're sharing it with other institutions in Singapore, and one of the other institutions are adopting it also for their students. So it is I would say, almost AI sort of system that is, helping our students learn math and progress at their own pace from, a beginner's level to an intermediate level to a mastery, and increasing their competence in different types of topics that we have in maths. So that's a very interesting program that we have, system that we have for our students. So if you ask me, do we use it in CDIO, the answer I would say no, but when we first started out implementing CDIO or trying to understand the framework so that we can implement it, we brought in our math faculty and in our language faculty, because these are key fundamentals to CDIO. So they were also in, as we designed how we wanted to implement CDIO, they were also in the committee to help us to see how they can come in to help with the learning and the design of the curriculum as well. So that's what we did. We brought them into the committee. Yeah.
Maybe I just add two aspects, all right. So one is that when we are working, like for example, the maths department, all right. So to provide the context, so in the spirit of CDIO, right? So to provide the context, we will give them our tutorial questions that deals with differentiation or integration, all right? So they will when they, because this maths is taught by the maths department, not by our own faculty. So we provide them our technical content, the tutorial questions. So they will take it there and they will put on their mathematics hat and take the students through, right? What does this integration or differentiation means in the context of this particular this domain? In, like, for example, in my case, it's chemical engineering, right? So they did that. They did that for us, okay. And the other point, I think, the second point I want to make is just that as we practice CDIO for quite a while, right? At least for myself, right? I tend to see things when I do problem solving, right? I tend to see this in terms of C, D, I, and O now, right? Like what Helene was mentioning, right? She's mentioning how we take the students through the level of complexity, all right? Although this program may not start with CDIO, nothing to do with CDIO at all in mind, whatever it is, but when we implement this program, we are thinking like that. Right, so how we are thinking about learning progression, how the different level of complexity, right? How do we engage the students in their learning? How do we sequence our content, right? So how do we provide that kind of learning experience? So we are, in a way, our whole approach, all right, is gone beyond just designing the curriculum per se, all right, but a broader issue of just how to solve a problem. Right, so in fact, within the CDIO community, there are universities who use the CDIO approach to design brand new degree program, or even the entire universities in Russia. Right, so it started with conceive, and then go ahead and design, implement, and operate. So the entire enterprise, right, it is driven by the spirit of CDIO in that sense, right? So it's not really exactly always a curriculum anymore. So
yeah, I understand.
Thank you for your question. Thank you.
Another quick question that Professor Esan, he proposing along with CDIO research as well. So that may be CDRIO. How do you think about
CDRIO? R is for research.
Research,
yes.
Yeah.
I was impressed with
Professor Esan. Professor Esan is proposing that the research should come in teaching as well. I also agree with him.
Yes.
So what do you think instead of CDIO, CDRIO?
Okay, I was impressed with Professor Isham's presentation just now. I think it's really powerful what he was suggesting.
That's correct.
Yeah, but we need to digest it, and I don't know whether at the community level, so this is not only us, but it's a huge worldwide community that, and whether this is something that they would want to add on, but I would think that we could find a place within CDIO for where this research component can be. I don't know, so that's something to be explored, I would say, yeah. And, as I explained at yesterday's leaders meeting, in our international meeting, which is next month, happening next month, there is a component, a topic that we're going to discuss, which is CDIO 2040. What would CDIO look like? And that's where maybe some of these thoughts and new ideas can come in, and we could discuss that. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you. Keeping it. Yeah. Okay. I leave that for other people.
Thank you. Thank you for your question.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Nice to talk to you.
Thank you, Mr. Abdul Mazid, for your questions. Our apologies, dear attendees, for not being able to take more questions due to time limitations. Thank you, everyone, and special thanks to Mr. Sin Mo and Ms. Helene Leong for your elaborated answers. This wraps up our second day of the CDIO Asian Regional Meeting 2021. Thank you all for joining us today. It's been a pleasure to host this event. See you tomorrow, and I wish you all a pleasant day.
Thank you, Dana. You did a great job. I was very impressed with you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So did you. Thank you so much.
Okay, bye everybody. Thank you for attending this session. All right. So just feel free to drop me a note if you want to know more. All right. Bye bye.
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 Bye. I'll send a note. I'll send the slides to you. All right.
Okay.
After I-
Okay.